All right, so we're in that space now. We've got people joining us in the lobby. I want to welcome everybody who's coming in just before we get started. Some, I guess, for the people who are just coming in, was a breaking story yesterday in New Brunswick. Blaine Higgs is has dis I don't know disallowed, forbidden a third party campaign, sex education campaign group from Quebec from teaching in any uh, New Brunswick schools. There was some leaked images and things about this organization called Thirsty for the Talk. Uh, and Initial reports were that this school, there was at least four schools that had this third party group come in supposedly to talk about HPV and STIs. And the presentation went far beyond that. And those initial reports suggested that this was that kids from grade 6 to grade 12 were put, there was no advance notice to parents, and that they were put into this mandatory afternoon in the auditorium. And the content of the Thirsty for the Talk website is one you can find yourselves. And it's very much adult content outside the curriculum. There's featuring images on their homepage of what looks like bondage gear in one of their frames. Quite disturbing. Ordinarily, today, Melanie Bennett and I would be recording the weekly Canadian Gender Wars report. That is, we host that on YouTube. We publish every Sunday afternoon. Try and get it in around 4 o'clock Eastern time. If you haven't subscribed to that channel, we'd love you to. We spend something like an hour or so every week looking at the issues around gender from coast to coast in Canada. The breaking news, the controversies, the political changes and evolution. I started this as a blog, late January of last year, with Woke Watch Canada. And while people are coming in, I just want to give a shout out to Woke Watch Canada, publisher James Pugh. James is one of the co-authors of Grave Error, a book about what really happened in Canadian residential schools. Other authors in that group, Francis Widdowson and Barbara Kay. And there are a couple of think tanks associated now with Woke Watch Canada. And Woke Watch kind of spun out of a group some of you may be familiar with called Lighthouse. A Lighthouse is founded and started as a network of people concerned about wokeness in education. Catherine Cronus, the founder of that group, has allowed people from across the country to network with each other, people who have been canceled or who are concerned about the impact of woke ideology in our Canadian education system and beyond. There are groups all across the country, and that's where the Parents' Rights Coalition of Canada has come from. I'm a proud co-founder of PRCOC, and we have a number of different groups from coast to coast who collaborate with us. The idea behind a Parents' Rights Coalition is a small hub with many spokes, where we can share information, we can share best practices, and learn from each other, so that we can bring back those things to our own communities, to our own groups that we work with. I see James Pugh is here. Nice to see you, James. We're coming up a couple of minutes to the start of our day today. Welcome everybody who's joining us. As well, everyone's coming in. We've got about 4 minutes to go. This was produced by Our Duty Canada. Some people we can name in these kinds of conversations and who are parts of these groups across the country, and some people can't be public. More and more people are able to come forward and speak as themselves. A lot of people, of course, are in precarious positions with their workplaces and even with families and children, where they can't express gender critical views or things like that, because it could undermine employment, careers, and family relationships. So Some of those people can speak out and some can't. So we're going to have a presentation from Our Duty today. I can't name the person, and they produced this video last year following the Million Person March.
Across Canada, this has been a day of protest.
Stand up to the bully will decide what to do. They will fight, fright, or flight, fight, or fright. And so let's give them some fright on September 20th.
Today is really heartening to see how far we've come on this issue in terms of public awareness.
Fred, this cute be stand shoulder to shoulder with Antifa.
It's weird when people ask me about Antifa because, like, do you think we're pro-fascist? That's weird.
They have to come out harder because the only defense these Marxist infiltrators of the unions have is to keep calling names. It's the playbook.
For parents who have a say in pornographic books being accessible to young children. Boards of education, are you listening to your parents?
That people are coming together, are getting united. Christians, Jews, Sikhs, everyone, atheists, agnostics, they support parents for protecting their children. They support children to be free from indoctrination. We are the majority, and they are the fringe minority.
We've had Muslim leaders. Today we've had Christian leaders. Today we've had atheist leaders. We've had feminist leaders. I represent the rainbow, and this is how we stop the medicalization of children. It's coming together.
Welcome, everybody. My name is Shannon Boucher. I'm your host today for the Parents' Rights Coalition of Canada. And our second national summit, we've got people joining us today from coast to coast. We have an outstanding lineup of people doing incredible work. People who, most of whom can use their own names today, whereas not long ago, some of them couldn't. We still have some people working behind an icon, and that's part of the kind of work that we're doing. As I mentioned before I played the last video. Bear with me here as I kind of shift gears a little bit. I'm going to enable the chat today. We talked about giving this a try. The last time we did this in January 27th, I didn't enable the chat, and I've had some conversations with people. We'll give it a try if we have people who are, being difficult, let's say, or have decided to join in on our seminar, our summit today for the purpose of disrupting. We'll have to reevaluate, and I'll get some help, and I'll beg your indulgence as we work through any issues that could possibly arise. We invite people to listen to what's going on. If you're coming here because you are critical of the gender critical movement, of the parents' rights movement, I'd really encourage you to listen. We spend quite a bit of time and energy. My podcast co-host Melanie Bennett listens to and pays attention to a lot of the ideas and papers and seminars and sessions that the activists like to host, and they talk about their beliefs, and we want to understand what other people's beliefs are. We believe strongly in freedom of expression, and that we should all be able to speak openly, and that's how we get to better ideas. So I'm glad, and welcome again to everyone who's joining us. I want to give a big thanks to, there are people all across the country who have stood up and are standing up and making efforts to push back against this and raise awareness. It's getting easier and easier today than it was a couple of years ago. We're going to start today's program with a presentation from my friend Chanel Fall, who, along with myself and in Ottawa, ran for public school trustee in 2022. A big part of the conversation that we're starting to have now is, what are we going to do for 2024 in Ontario and British Columbia when those elections come around again? Nadine Ness from Saskatchewan is going to be one of our presenters today. Nadine is a former RCMP officer with special training in the behavior of child predators and sexual predators. She's going to be talking a little bit about organizing in Saskatchewan. We had terrific conversations together a few weeks ago when she was here in Ottawa about how she's organizing and help organize people in Saskatchewan to run for school trustee. I saw a note that chat is disabled. I'm going to work on that in a second as I start. Chanel's unable to be with us in person at the moment. She's hoping to join later this afternoon, hopefully for some Q&A, but she did record a video. That will give me a little bit of time to play around with the function. So once Chanel's video starts, I'm going to sort out how we can get the chat function going, and she's going to be talking about the state of affairs in public education in Canada. As we begin the day, we're going to look at what the problem is and the scope of the problem and how it's manifesting itself. We will have coming up in about 35 minutes, we'll hear from Pascal Bourgeois. Pascal is teaching teachers in Quebec, was just published in the Journal de Montréal. Pascal is going to be talking about some of the issues with teachers and pedagogy, which is the sort of theory of teaching children and the state of teaching. We have Stephen Reish, who will come after that. Stephen, studying at OISE, doing graduate work there. We had a chance to get together in Toronto a few weeks ago when I was visiting, along with Melanie and some others who can't be named except by pseudonyms. And Stephen has a great expression that I really love, and it's how do you operationalize that? It's a way of inquiring into kind of the woke theory to get people to unpack and think about the implications of what they're actually saying. So shortly, I'm going to start Chanel's video. Thank you again if you're just joining. My name is Shannon Boucher, and this is the Parents' Rights Coalition of Canada National Summit. We were hoping to have Gwen O'Mahony from Vancouver Island. Gwen was an NDP MLA in British Columbia who crossed the floor to join the Conservative Party. And Gwen, unfortunately, had a family emergency. And our thoughts are with you, Gwen. We hope the best for your family in this difficult time. Gwen asked that we could play a video about their recent efforts in British Columbia to move forward a private members bill about women in sports. And so I'm going to just bring over, this is April Hutchinson. If you know April, she's a powerlifter who was suspended for criticizing a male person who was competing in women's sports. And this is what's going on just a couple of weeks ago, the private members bill in the BC legislature. All right, bear with me with some transition here. I'm going to set up Chanel Fall here now. And just before I do that, I would like to talk a little bit about another project that we have going on. And we're asking for your help on this. Everybody who's presenting today is doing so on a volunteer basis. Most of the people doing the work in this area are doing so on a volunteer basis. And we're fighting back against heavily funded federal and provincial and corporate money and organizations that are paid activists, paid opposition to the tune of tens of millions of dollars. A year and a half ago, almost 2 years ago in August, Justin Trudeau announced $100 million over 5 years for LGBTQIA plus the activist agenda. And there's $20 million a year handed out. It's a bit like a reality TV show every year for the biggest grievance gets the most money. And we're seeing a lot of activist organizations with a lot of money, and we're doing this all by ourselves. Now, this particular project, a member of and founder of DDSB, that's Durham District School Board, it has started a Freedom of Information campaign to gather documents from the school board and from the municipality. I can't go into detail about what's been exposed, but it looks like there is a path to formal complaint with the Ombudsman of Ontario for corruption. That's probably not the best specific word, but that's what it is. This is the Give, Send, Go page. You can find the link through the prcoc.ca website. At the top of the page, there's a donate button. The Freedom of Information requests have come back. Now, typically to do this, and I think we're going to have someone on our grassroots panel talk a little bit about the process. In Ontario, it's called MFIPA. That's the Municipal Freedom of Information program. Typically, it's a $5 fee for a Freedom of Information request, but the bureaucrats sometimes come back and say that's going to be 35 hours and this is the price per hour. And so it does cost quite a bit of money, and people pay out of pockets where they can. There are people doing great work who, we all come from a range of means and capacities and stages in our lives. And so this project will help to continue with that MFIPA, Freedom of Information campaign. As an executive with the Parents' Rights Coalition of Canada, we have talked about a surplus that might be accumulated here. If there are groups across Canada who would like to follow in the footsteps and use freedom of information to our advantage to find out more about what's happening with your school boards and your municipalities around these issues, we will take requests or applications. If suddenly you get a bill that's several $100s and it's something that's a stretch, we'd love to hear from you and we'll evaluate those. So All of this donations today will go to first support the DDSB project and then projects of others. I'm going to move us now to Chanel Fall. Again, Chanel is not here in person today. Sends regrets, just like everybody. As I said, coming from different circumstances and timings, Chanel has work obligations this morning, hoping to join us later today, and we had to do a little bit of a reshuffle, so we fit her in at this point.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for joining in today, and thank you to the Parents' Rights Coalition for inviting me to speak. For those who don't know me, my name is Chanel Fall. I was a biology major in university, completed a teacher's college in 2017, and then I taught mainly science at the high school level for a couple of years. Now people probably mostly know me as the anti-woke former teacher who incessantly shares examples of wokeism in Canadian schools on Twitter or X. By the way, I don't normally sound like this. My voice has been off for this whole week, so I'm just hoping it's going to cooperate till the end of this presentation. So the goal of this talk isn't to point fingers and identify exactly how we've allowed this ideology to run rampant in our schools. All the groups listed here are partly responsible for what's happening right now, probably especially those in red. And uncovering exactly how we've gotten here is important, especially if we are to reverse it. But today I'm going to focus instead on the implications of it all rather than the causes. Oh, there you go. It was hard to tell if that was a school or what. It is a school. I want to use my experience as a teacher to give you a better idea of the logistics of how the woke belief system is pushed on kids in public school. And my hope is it can help you be more knowledgeable and effective when you speak to people about this, whether it be to your child, their teacher, your elected representatives, or whatever the case may be. The rainbow glasses here are from the cover of Cynical Theories. You might recognize them. It's a great book, particularly if you want to understand the current obsession with race, gender, sexuality. I really can't think of a better symbol to represent becoming woke than these glasses. When a child or adult accepts the woke worldview, it's as if they've constantly got a pair of these on. So everything is now seen and evaluated through the lens of equity and so-called social justice. Just to state the obvious for a second, having the glasses on has nothing to do with accepting that some people are gay, being kind, or anything of the sort. If that was all this was, trust me, I would gladly get a new hobby. The glasses symbolize becoming woke, and being woke involves things like viewing the world through the lens of oppressor and oppressed, where group identity is paramount. It might involve adopting a victimhood mentality, so seeking to identify with and leverage identities that are hypothetically oppressed in order to probably gain credibility or status. It also involves seeing equality as outdated, even discriminatory. The new goal becomes equity, so equality of outcomes, which requires discrimination. It also involves seeing yourself as an activist or a change maker and obtaining a real sense of purpose from your devotion to this cause. Thinking speech that is not in line with the ideology or offensive to you in some way should be called out and shut down. There's no real understanding of the value of free speech. And it manifests also as an inability or unwillingness to debate ideas because you rely instead on shaming others and silencing opposing views. So these are just a few of the characteristics of wokeism. And of course, with all of this, to lead kids astray and distract them and poison their minds, they miss out on actual learning and on aspirations to contribute productively to society. rather than destroy it. So when and where will kids encounter woke ideology at school? The first one, their teachers and the material they select, is a huge, obvious one, and I will discuss it in more detail a bit later. I just thought I'd start by giving you a taste of all the other ways kids might encounter the ideology at school. So I'll give you examples of each one. And just so you know, all the examples I'm going to show you here come from Canadian public schools. And this is just a tiny, tiny sample of what I could show you. This stuff is happening from coast to coast in both Catholic and public schools. School clubs can be a great thing, obviously, when they're teaching kids useful skills, allowing them the space to be creative, make friendships and all that. But many of them these days exist for the sole purpose of radicalizing kids to be social justice activists. They might call it a GSA, which used to mean Gay Straight Alliance. Now it means Gender Sexuality Club. Or it comes in, all kinds of other names where the main goal is activism. It could be an equity club, a social justice club, a rainbow club, a black student association, and the list goes on. Here's a picture from a pride party for the Gender and Sexuality Club at an elementary school in Whitby. You can see the teachers printed out a bunch of affirmations for the students to color. So there's a lot of them that are quite concerning. This particular one says, "My body is the gender and sex I say it is." So this is what kids are learning in these clubs. Oh, and when I shared this picture on Twitter, the school blocked me. Okay, so clubs will recruit kids with posters in the hallways. Teachers and students might do a round of short presentations through each class. They might talk about it in the morning announcements, etc. So as a parent, you shouldn't expect to be contacted with information. They're going to go right past you. On top of being a place where students will get radicalized, the club will usually organize school-wide activities, decorate the hallways and stuff like that to get kids who aren't in the club involved. So here you see GSA members, decorating the halls with flags. This one it says the GSA helped create this board where they're teaching kids that, they all have a gender identity inside. Or they might work on something like this where they're explaining to kids all the meanings of the different flags. This is quite common. They might make posters to teach their fellow students about using inclusive language and stuff like that. And this will probably go in the hallway for everyone to see when saying you shouldn't use the words boys and girls because discriminatory, I guess. On the second picture here, if you look at point number 5, they write, if they haven't come out to their parents, don't tell their parents that they're transgender. So this is probably students in grade 4, 5, 6, I would imagine. This is the kind of stuff they're learning in a GSA. Morning announcements generally happen every day. Typically they include a daily land acknowledgement, along with information about clubs and events, etc. This example here is from a school that decided to define an LGBT word every day for Pride Month last year. So let me read it to you. It goes, today's LGBT word of the day is lesbian. A lesbian is a non-man who is attracted to another non-man. Today, we focus on lesbian people and what they stand for. Like many others in the queer community, lesbians suffer from a lot of discrimination. Today, we are just celebrating them and their stories. Very empowering. Okay, then there's the hallways. If ever you get the chance, walk through your kids' school and have a look. Either students in clubs will work on these, or maybe a class will do a project that they'll then showcase, or it could just be an activist teacher who's doing it all on their own. That happens too. So this one's all about pronouns. That was for Pronoun Day, I believe, in the fall. This one looks all cute, but with the bears and stuff, but what they're getting at here is trying to sell the idea that equity is better than equality, because you can see the bears giving the same thing, the big bear is giving the same thing to both these little bears, and only one of them is actually getting the apple because he started out with a little advantage here, or he was brighter than the other one and he stepped on a stone. So we show this and we say, oh, well, that's not fair. Everyone needs to be given what they need. And this bear needed the apple to be lower. Of course, we're never talking about whether equity can actually be applied in society at large, whether it's actually feasible, whether what it's going to lead to, where it's led to historically. We're just going to sort of sell the idea with these little cute cartoons. And teachers bring their students to these posters. Like, I've seen teachers do unlearn walks and stuff like that, where they just take their students around the school to see all the unlearned posters, and then they're going to ask the students, what do you see here? What could this represent? Is this representative of society? Look, this bear is darker than this one. Is this how it is in our society? And of course, yeah, that's what they're going to want the students to believe. Here's one where it's all about trans students, like my pronouns are not optional, stuff like that. This one was at an elementary school in Waterloo. You can see a white man racing a black woman, and it says, oh, and she's got all these obstacles in her way. And then it says, what's the matter? It's the same distance. So this idea that black women would be systemically oppressed and have less chances and stuff like that. Here they've defined all these LGBT terms in the hallway. Terms like gender identity, which actually doesn't refer to anything. It's just a made-up concept that doesn't exist. This idea that you have a gender inside of you and only you know it, and everybody else has to sort of accept that this is who you are, and then change their language and sort of affirm that you truly are the gender you say you are, instead of just being rooted in reality and knowing that boys exist and girls exist and getting on with life. So school assemblies are another one. As a parent, you're not going to get a notification for this. They're just going to get the whole school together. They might read them a book. They might talk about how they can be more inclusive, talk about pronouns, whatever. They might also get the students involved in this. So the students might do a presentation on how their peers can be more inclusive, what language should be used, and all of that stuff. Then you've got read alouds, can be school-wide read alouds like this one. This one, I believe, was in a school around Vancouver. I think here the teacher's actually reading the book, but sometimes they'll just put on a YouTube video of an activist reading a book that usually has to do with some kind of social justice thing. Like this one here is, it looks kind of cute. You've got all these kids with different skin colors getting along and whatever. It's called Our Skin. Then you open it up, and it's not about not judging by skin color and things like that. It's just a racist book. So here's just two of the pages from that book. Long time ago, way before you were born, a group of white people made up an idea called race. They sorted people by skin color and said that white people were better, smarter, prettier than they deserve, and they deserve more than everyone else. Racism is also the things people do and the unfair rules they make about race so that white people get more power and are treated better than everyone else. That's the kind of thing we're teaching kids. This book, I've seen it in so many classrooms. So just more on the topic of read alouds here. Here you've got the Durham board that is pleased to share that they will be encouraging all Durham kindergarten classrooms to join in on the National I Am Jazz Day of Reading. This is that book about the young boy who transitioned to be a girl called Jazz, and it's, you know, glorifying transition, making it seem like just this normal thing that kids might aspire to do. Or this one here where this teacher or principal or whatever explains that they read the incredible book Red today as part of their school-wide read aloud. So this is a book about a crayon that looks red, but on the inside he's blue, and it's about how he sort of becomes his authentic self. And of course, it's not just that they're going to read this book and then call it a day. They're going to discuss it after, and they're going to see, they're going to ask the kids, what kind of groups today might have this kind of experience? And how should we treat them? And what kind of language should we use with them? Stuff like that. Okay, then you've got guest speakers, so groups that come in, speak to maybe the entire school.
Sorry for a little lag here. I apologize. The audio isn't great on this video for everybody. I'm going to give this a second or two, and I may have an alternative. Which I think I'm going to do.
So groups that come in, speak to maybe the entire school. Groups today might have this kind of experience, and how should we treat them, and what kind of language should we use with them? Stuff like that. Okay, then you've got guest speakers, so groups that come in, speak to maybe the entire school, maybe just a few classes. They might do a workshop or something. They could be board employees, they could be third-party organizations, probably organizations that get a lot of money from the government. This group here is called the Get Real movement. They are often in schools. Oops. So you can look at this for yourself, but yeah, you've got the idea of this gender identity inside, that they're going to tell kids that all of them have this inner feeling, and it's really important to be themselves and express this inner gender. Then talk about language rules, right? So what not to ask or say about a trans person, all of the things you shouldn't say and what you can say instead. So instead of what is your real name, it says, is this something you want me to keep between us? When did you turn into a girl? Do you want me to remind people of your pronouns? Hayden used to be Kyla. No, don't say that. Just say Caden. Or say, their name is Caden now. So just... Okay. So here we've got a guy who's presenting to all of the different classes. You can see the webcam is on in different classrooms. So he's probably presenting to like 100, 200 students at once about intersectionality and all of these group identities. Got this guy, Aubrey Norona, who goes into schools. You can look on his website, but he's got a pretty packed schedule where he's just repeating the same like 5 talks over and over. His main talk is about why being not racist is not good enough anymore. So he's going to try to tell you that being colorblind is not good. If you're trying to treat everyone the same based on their, not treat them any different based on their skin color. You're not doing it right, because the way that progressives do it, we have to see race as a really important factor, and then we have to treat people differently based on that. It's a very lucrative business for race hustlers. He gets paid, 5 presentations. He's charging, let's see if that's for $4,300 plus HST. 5 presentations, so that's probably 5 hour-long presentations that could be done in a day. So why is our taxpayer money paying this? I have no idea. Another thing you might not be aware of is schools do a lot of collaborating between teachers. Like they might have a grade 8 teacher that's going to pair up with a grade 1 teacher, and then they're going to do some kind of activity together. Oftentimes I see they're using the older kids to teach the younger kids about woke ideology. Obviously, they don't say, though they're not going to call it woke ideology, but what they're doing is plastering them with ideas about group identity and inclusion and diversity and all of this, and getting them to pass on the memo to the younger kids. So here you've got the grade 8 students who are doing a read aloud and activities centered around anti-racism. These kids look like they're probably in grade 1 or something. Then you've got the grade 2 students who are having meaningful conversations with their reading buddies from grade 7. Meaningful conversations, for those who aren't super familiar with this ideology's lingo, it means a conversation where only woke ideas are permitted. This one, I forgot to put the other picture where it shows what it is, but it was a group of older students that went into a younger classroom, and they were just leading them through this activity where in the middle they write their name, and then in the inner ring they write their identities, these based on this. So they want to write what their race is, their ethnicity, their gender identity, their sexual orientation, and all of this stuff. And then on the outer ring, they want them to write the dominant identities in society. So being white, being straight, being Christian, all of these ones will be on the outside. So then they can see how many of their identities correspond to the dominant identities. How lovely is that? So library books are another one to watch out for. I'm sure you've seen some of the pornographic stuff, but there's also just this obsession with race and gender all the time. You've also got to watch out for the librarians themselves. So you can see here, using the Power Flower to help students explore and understand their intersecting identities. Our incredible teacher librarian engaging students in critical conversations on intersectionality, privilege, and oppression. Okay, then you've got the theme days, which are incessant. You've got Pride Month, Trans Awareness Week, Trans Remembrance Day, Pronoun Day, Coming Out Day, and the list goes on. So there's always going to be some kind of excuse to bring the activism in under the guise of, oh, well, I'm just celebrating this important day. And the school boards are all about that. Here you see a school mascot that's a wolf. I think it's in the York region, if I remember correctly. But this on International Coming Out Day, or National Coming Out Day, they decided that their school mascot was going to come out as non-binary. So then they had their mascot going in from class to class and introducing themselves with their new pronouns. Beyond these extracurriculars and the school-wide activities I just went over, that an individual teacher may not have much say in, there's no shortage of teachers who indoctrinate kids within their classroom. Here there's a group of grade 4 and 5 students on the left who are filling in identity maps that are asking them all about their sexuality, gender, and race. And on the right, we have the work of a student who has a thread running through a set of identity groups that I guess they've learned make up the dominant culture. White, neurotypical, straight, Christian males. And then if you're lucky enough to be part of the marginalized groups, then you're the good person, you've been oppressed, you should leverage your victimhood, and people should listen to you and be really kind to you. On the left here is a slide from a 7th or 8th grade class in a Catholic school here in Ottawa. On the right's an activity they did in a grade 10 English class in Toronto. Both have students evaluating their own power and privilege based on their group identities. So essentially we're asking innocent students, are you an oppressor? Are you oppressed? Or like somewhere in between, what are you going to do about it? So the whole point is we have to dismantle these oppressive power structures. Then you've got a grade 1 and 2 teacher who explains what his students did that day. We learned important words like privilege, power, fair, dominant culture. Then he says, very big words for grade 1, 2, but we definitely understood that some people are given privilege and others are oppressed for things they cannot control. What an empowering message for little kids who otherwise, by the way, would have just played with each other and not thought twice about their skin color. This stuff just makes me sick. These teachers are not getting in any trouble for this kind of thing, by the way. They post about it freely on social media. So beyond the extracurriculars and the school-wide activities I mentioned, to what degree are our teachers forced or expected to teach their students this belief system? So are they free to not indoctrinate? And I'd say this is a complicated question because there's many factors that would play into the answer. But in general, I'd say as much as teachers are free to indoctrinate, they're also quite free not to. So long, you might be surprised to hear me say that, so long as they're able to fly under the radar. So sit in those awful meetings, not complain too much, potentially collaborate on stuff that they're not actually planning to use, hide their disgust, just basically shut up. They are mostly left alone to do their job in their own classroom. They're not monitored all the time. They might just be evaluated by their principal like once every 5 or 10 years. So it's not like they're micromanaged too much. So now you might be thinking, don't teachers have to follow the curriculum? How is it possible that some teachers can teach woke ideology and others don't have to? So let's talk about the curriculum for a second. The curriculum is a document that outlines the knowledge and skills students should learn in each course. Yes, teachers are required to teach the learning expectations that are outlined in the curriculum, but how they teach it is up to them. So they aren't given a set of prepared lessons to deliver or materials to use. And the learning expectations are pretty vague to begin with. So there's a lot of wiggle room. Every province or territory has their K-12 course curriculums available online in slightly different formats. The only exception really is Yukon doesn't have its own. It follows the Alberta curriculum, and Nunavut's just a big mess, to be honest, because it follows a little bit of what's going on in Alberta, a bit of Northwest Territories, Manitoba too. So it's a bit hard to follow. Here are all the curriculums in Ontario with the date of their last revision. Now, unfortunately, every time they update the curriculum, it seems to get more woke, which can make avoiding it increasingly difficult, risky, or just unlikely. It is possible to avoid teaching in a politically biased way, but that might require just a bit more of a defiant attitude from the teacher. All right, let me give you an example. In Ontario, the grade 4 through 8 English curriculum includes this paragraph here. It says, students will generate and develop ideas about various topics, such as topics related to diversity, equity, and inclusion, and to other subject areas, using a variety of strategies, drawing on various resources, including their own lived experience. Okay, so if you put yourself in the shoes of a woke zealot teacher, an activist, they're going to see that and what are they going to do with it? They're going to take it all the way. They're going to stretch it as much as they can. They're like, this is a green light. This is perfect. So it even says, including their own lived experience. So they might start their course with an activity like one of the ones I just showed you, where students are categorizing their own identities. And then they're going to talk about societal issues. And then they're going to give them a list of social justice topics and get them to pick one and then and then relate their own lived experience as a victim or oppressor or whatever to the social problem, give their opinion about it, or talk about, how we can make the world better by being activists for this cause. So you get my drift. They're gonna take it, and in a way, yeah, they're just following their curriculum. They're totally free to do that. They can bring whatever resources they want. Then you put yourself in the shoes of an anti-woke teacher, and you could read this and say, well, yeah, I'm going to get my students to generate and develop ideas about various topics. Sure, that's fine. Such as topics related to diversity. No, that's just a suggestion, so you don't have to do that. It's just kind of examples of what you could research, and you're just going to choose other subject areas instead. And then where it says they can include their own lived experiences, you're not going to interpret that in the same way that a woke zealot would. You're not going to make that mean group identity. You're just going to look at that and say, yeah, we all have different life experiences. We have different families and interests and hobbies, and so that's what you're going to focus on. So you've got the two sort of extremes. They're not going to be an anti-woke defiant teacher is just not going to teach wokeism. It's not going to happen. Doesn't matter what's in the curriculum. A woke zealot is going to teach it. Even if it's not written like this, even if it's not suggested, they're going to find a way to bring it in. But if you're somewhere in the middle, if you're someone who's not super interested in politics maybe, or you just don't want to cause trouble, you want to follow what you're told, you see something like this, and yeah, you're probably going to include some because it's suggesting that teachers should talk about topics related to DEI. So you're probably going to bring in some social justice topics. You might not push it as much as a woke zealot would, but you're still going to be discussing these topics with the kids. You might even be aware of the lived experience lingo, so you might do some activities related to group identity and stuff like that. So it really just depends on the teacher. All right, well, I will end my presentation here. I've probably already gone over the time by a little bit, so I do apologize for that. I hope it's been useful to sort of see how wokeism gets brought in, what kind of freedom teachers have, and I look forward to continuing to work with all of you to get this stuff out of our education system.
I apologize again to everybody as the audio there wasn't as loud as we hoped. That was our friend Chanel Fall, who lives here in Ottawa, where I do. Chanel, I'm going to share the screen again because I want to make sure that if you want to get in touch with Chanel, that you know how to do so. If you're not following her on X, or if you're not on X, Chanel puts up an awful lot of content like this. She's figured out strategies for kind of mining what teachers are publicly posting about their activism, and they don't seem to grasp that this is objectionable to so many people. So Chanel's Twitter handle is at ChanLPFA, and you can also find her on her Substack. She calls that Free Fall, FREEPFAHL.com. You can subscribe to her newsletter. There's a paid option as well. As I said earlier, a lot of people are working, putting an awful lot of energy and passion into these projects, are doing so on their own. Chanel lost her career as a teacher and is finding other kind of parallel work at the moment that isn't consistent, and it's always appreciated, I know, if you choose to support the kind of work that people like Chanel are doing. I'm going to invite up a couple of housekeeping things, first of all, because I'm following in the chat People are asking some questions. So there's a Q&A button at the bottom of your screen. I can monitor that as our guests are speaking. If you have questions for the presenter, we've asked presenters to kind of prepare 15 or 20 minutes, and we've allotted about 30 minutes to each presenter. We're trying to keep a loose framework and follow in an order. So coming up, I'm going to invite Pascal Bourgeois to join me and give Pascal the stage here. Following Pascal, we'll have Stephen Reich and then Nadine Ness. We're going to take a little break so that we can stretch our legs, or probably more so that I can stretch my legs, because I think all of you can have an opportunity to kind of roam around a bit. But after Nadine, we'll take a short break, and then we'll bring our grassroots panelists in. We've allotted about an hour for that, and then anchoring our day, our friend Mia Hughes. Mia, known as Mia Ashton for a long time, before she came out with her actual given name, Maria Hughes, author of the W Piles, is going to join us. Big announcements from Maria Hughes and GenSpect. GenSpect is an international organization that's been combating this in the UK. Mia has been appointed the Canadian Director of GenSpect Canada. As that organization gets off the ground, we're looking forward to hearing from her about what's next for Canada and how you could perhaps help out and support GenSpect efforts here in Canada. While we're thinking a little bit about the UK, and I'm considering and reflecting on what Chanel just shared with us in that video, the UK just announced last week major changes to their education policy. And one of the big things that they said, and they're moving into effect, is that they're barring outside campaigners from coming into the school to teach ideological content. They've also banned gender identity as a given concept, as an accepted idea to be taught in schools. That teachers, when asked, can now must say that this is a contested idea. So lots of big changes in the UK, and we can expect that cascades quickly, we hope, to Canada. Now, as I'm Pascal, I'm going to invite you up as soon as I find you in our list. Welcome, Pascal. Glad you could join us. Hi.
Hi, thanks for inviting me.
I'm glad you could be here. We're on some mutual kind of chat groups in the background. We've never talked in person, so it's very nice to meet you. Thank you for joining us today. And you had an interesting week this week. You put up in the Journal de Montréal.
Yeah, I made many enemies, but also many great allies, I think.
Wonderful. Do you need permission to share the screen? Do you have a presentation or
Yeah, I do have a PowerPoint.
Okay, so give me a second. I'm going to extend that to you.
Okay. And can you hear me well?
Your audio is great.
Yeah, okay, great.
Okay. So it looks like I have the right settings. Oh, I don't want to share. I want you to share. Let's try that. There you go. So I'm going to watch the chat and the Q&A. So if people have questions and you want to type them in at the right time, I'll bring them up for Pascal.
I don't see where I have to click to share my PowerPoint, though.
So bottom of the screen, the share screen. Do you have that button?
Oh, yes. Okay, I just found it. Okay, sorry.
Perfect.
Getting there. Okay, so hello everyone. Thanks for inviting me. So through my journey as a teacher, lecturer, and doctoral student, I've witnessed firsthand the evolving landscape of education. And I've been invited today to share my thoughts on what I call the dangerous rise of critical pedagogy. And there is a lot to unpack, so I will start right away. And my presentation overlaps what Shannon presented, but I'm gonna talk about critical pedagogy from a more theoretical point of view, since this is my field of expertise. So critical pedagogy is gaining in popularity. It's now taking root in our schools, teacher training programs, and government education policies. And it used to be considered quite radical, but it seems to be increasingly accepted as sort of the natural extension of the progressive orientation attributed to education over the past decades. So towards the end of my presentation, I will briefly discuss why I believe the current educational context makes this approach so attractive to educators. But first of all, what is critical pedagogy? It was first theorized in the US in the 1970s by widely known Brazilian educator Paulo Freire, along with other key figures such as Henri Giroux, Peter McLaren, and Bell Hooks. And it now overlaps with wokeism, and it takes on different guises. So it can be feminist, anti-racist, anti-oppressive, decolonial, queer, but it all shares the same Marxist grid of analysis of reality it borrows from critical theory. And its first claim is that society is oppressive, and that all inequalities and injustices are the result of hidden systems of oppression that need to be revealed to us so that we can be empowered to revolutionize society. So this is the only knowledge that we need to, in order to be free, according to critical pedagogues. So this is the knowledge that will be passed on to students in schools. And this claim is always presented as self-evident, or it's supported by what I call pseudoscience, because it comes from research conducted by openly activist researchers adopting what I call a woke epistemological posture. So the dice are loaded from the start, from the way in which the problem of the research is formulated, to the research question itself, to the way in which participants are recruited, right through the interpretation of the data. It is designed to always confirm the initial claim. So it's sort of phrased and framed in a way that it makes it irrefutable. And it gets mixed up with other research. It's published in academic journals, in scientific journals. So you have to be aware of those sources, because they are ideologically driven, and it gives the impression that the claim is supported by research, but really it's not. Oops. Okay, so before we get any further, there's one thing that I really wanted to address in this presentation, and is what we mean by oppression and by social justice in critical pedagogy, because that's what we're claiming to fight against oppression, and we're claiming to make society more just. So what are we talking about exactly when we speak about oppression? I think it's important to really understand that. So first, it's useful to point out that critical pedagogy is rooted in critical theory, which is a Marxist-inspired approach to philosophy that posits that societies are based on ideology, defined as the dominant systems of values, beliefs, attitudes, preferences, and structures. So what is implied here is that those dominant norms and standards are arbitrary. They have absolutely no objective or universal value, and they are imposed on us by the dominant group, wishing to maintain their privilege and power over the marginalized groups. So we're basically equating any set of norms or standards, values or expectations set by the so-called dominant group as oppression. To be oppressed is to be expected the standards, the norms and expectations of the dominant group. So what is widely accepted, basically, to be expected to share their beliefs, attitudes, and goals, and so on. So the idea that some values or standards are objectively and universally good and desirable is challenged here. For example, punctuality and attendance are associated with Eurocentrism, white supremacy, colonialism. So as an educator, to expect Black, Latino, Indigenous students to attend class and to arrive on time is considered oppressive, because you are imposing a white supremacist, colonialist frame of reference on them. So it's not objectively and universally desirable that students attend class and arrive on time. It's oppressive to expect that. So to achieve justice, the norms and standards set by the dominant group, the norms and standards that are widely accepted in society, must be removed. So you will probably encounter this picture often, and it shows what we mean by social justice quite clearly. So just picture the gray fence as a standard that is widely accepted. In education, this could be the degree of mastery of content required to pass a standardized test. So the first picture shows that in reality, some people exceed the standard, others barely meet it, as others are not even invited to compete, to take the test. For a while, our educational system was aiming at equality of access, equality of opportunity, which meant that everyone was offered the same basic quality education, regardless of sex, race, class, or religion. And meritocracy implied that everyone could advance according to their capabilities, their talent, and their will. So this is what the second picture suggests. And if we stick with the standardized test example, well, it means that everyone gets a chance to pass the same test after receiving the same education. And of course, here we accept the fact that in the end, the outcome will be different for everyone, for all different sorts of reasons. Equity suggests that in order to achieve equality of outcome, which became the goal over the course of the 20th century, the deficits at the root of inequalities must be overcome by compensatory measures. So here, unequal treatment, more support for those who need it, is deemed fair. But that's not enough for social justice warriors. In fact, more and more we're saying that asserting that inequality stems from a deficit is in itself discriminatory and oppressive, because something is considered to be in deficit only by virtue of an established criterion. So what social justice is, therefore, is the abolition of the standard. If there's no standard to be met, well, nobody will be disadvantaged, discriminated against for not meeting the standard. So that way it is believed that we are removing systemic barriers to success. We believe that we're removing the cause of the inequality. But of course, there's no need to explain why this is absolutely preposterous and wishful thinking. If we abolish the standard by which we assess health, for instance, an obese person or an ill person will not magically become objectively healthy. So to stick with the standardized test example, if boys get higher scores than girls in math test, well, we should not try to find ways to help girls get a better score. We should conclude instead that the test is sexist and must remove it. If racialized or disabled students are more likely to get suspended from school, well, it means that the school policies are racist and ableist. So we should abolish those policies. I even found a book where it is said that abolition is love. The second claim is that education is never neutral. It's always political. So an education that does not actively engage in the fight against inequalities and injustices is an education that is complicit in the systems of domination that perpetuate them. So we can't just keep teaching the way we always have just because we believe our teaching isn't racist or oppressive. There's no such thing as not racist according to critical pedagogues. You have to be actively anti-racist, anti-oppression. So education becomes a tool for social justice. Otherwise, it means it's a tool for oppression. So you are either with me or against me here. Education has to be actively seeking to reveal and challenge hidden forms of oppression to students. That becomes the priority. And by doing so, we claim that we empower educators and students to become active agents for social change, which is the goal. The goal is revolution. So that's the only way we can be free. And that's the only knowledge that you need to be free. It's the knowledge of those systems of oppression. So in other words, we're saying that we want to turn educators into activists who will in turn turn students into activists. So how are we going to achieve that? First, we're going to build an inclusive curriculum because we need to challenge the dominant narratives and we need to abolish those norms, values, and standards that come from the dominant group. But don't be naive. It's not just about including diversity into the curriculum. We want marginality to become the new norm, because by abolishing the norms, the new norm is the absence of norm. Marginality becomes the norm that we are wishing to embrace. So everything becomes normal, apart, of course, from the currently the norms that we currently think as normal. So the curriculum should not reflect reality as it is, including the diversity that we find in it. Instead, it should reflect what reality could be if only we were truly free from oppression. So by the same token, we end up over-representing the marginals in the curriculum while delegitimizing the dominant group. If you take a look at the resources available, you will quickly notice that the members of the dominant group are mostly erased from the picture. You won't find any cis heterosexual white couples, for instance, in the kids' books and all the pedagogical material. We're suggesting that there's no objective reason for reality to be the way it is. There's no objective reason for the vast majority of people to be cis and heterosexual. In fact, the only reason it is so is that hetero-cis normativity was imposed on us, repressing our creativity and depriving us from the freedom to be queer. So that's what we have to unlearn here. Queer pedagogy even demands that educators enter their classroom expecting each child to be queer. So we are promoting queerness here. We want children to interiorize the idea that the current norms are oppressive, or at the very least, that they are boring and dull, and that to be free is to transgress those norms. You just have to take a look at the straight flag and the cisgender flag, and you'll notice that it's black, white, and gray. It has no color. So what child would choose that flag over the colorful ones? This is boring. Surely we can do better than this. So the message here is that to be queer is to be free, and it's more fun and it's more creative. Second, we are explicitly hijacking instruction to serve a political agenda. So academic disciplines that are still taught at school today will become a pretext to discuss power dynamics, inequalities, and injustices. And of course, the goal will never be to acquire knowledge, to gain a deeper understanding of subject matter, because that very standard is oppressive. So, and we don't even care to gain knowledge and understanding of the complex issues we wish to address here. The goal really is indoctrination. We want your children to interiorize this ideological way of understanding reality and to recognize it as the truth. And remember, that's the only knowledge that they need to be turned into little puppet activists for their activist educators. So you will find all sorts of activities around racism, oppression, and hatred online that can be used in the context of all academic disciplines: history, literature, grammar, mathematics, arts, physical education. All those disciplines are seen as opportunities to speak about social justice. So this one I found on Teachers Pay Teachers, and it really encapsulates what I just said. The learning activity doesn't involve students demonstrating their understanding of a subject they've been taught. The activity involves creating an attractive poster that features a powerful anti-racist, anti-oppression slogan. So we are asking children to take a political stand on complex social issues that they don't fully understand and about which they haven't been taught anything apart from the usual ideological stuff. There's no room for open inquiry on the topic. There's no room for diversity of viewpoints. The teachers don't provide students with complete, nuanced, and accurate information. Of course, it all leads to ideological conformity. So instead of focusing on teaching students that 2 + 2 = 4, which would be imposing a white supremacist standard, because the right answer is a white supremacist standard, apparently, critical pedagogues should instead use math class to identify and challenge the ways that math is used to uphold capitalist, imperialist, and racist views. Sounds fun. So third, what we're going to do also is that we're going to make sure that dialogue and diversity of viewpoints is impossible. Any point of view that questions the dogma will be easily disqualified, as it reflects a refusal to recognize the forms of oppression in society and at school, either to maintain one's privilege as a member of the dominant group, or because one has internalized too much the frame of reference from the dominant group. So divergent points of view will be quickly characterized as personal attacks on the marginalized. And so the marginals will be able to say that they don't feel safe, and diversity of viewpoints or dissent will be seen quickly as hate speech. What's more, since the standpoint theory, which is a theory that was popularized by Bell Hooks, that suggests that marginalized people benefit from an epistemological privilege that gives them access to a certain knowledge of reality to which the dominant do not have access, well, the dominant's perspective will be quickly delegitimized, and members of the dominant group are either reduced to silence or they are invited to repeat pre-made discourse that good allies must adopt. So we claim that we are fostering open dialogue and diversity of viewpoint, but really we are not. Because for real dialogue to be possible, well, both parties must be considered equal. They must be equal in intelligence, in good faith, and each party must consider the other's point of view as legitimate or at least worthy of consideration. And this is clearly not the case here. And finally, well, we will create a climate of surveillance, accusation, and censorship. Students and educators will be expected to constantly scrutinize their own and others' language, feelings, and behaviors. There will be an ongoing emphasis on identifying signs of oppression, aggression, and microaggressions. And an example of a microaggression is simply asking someone where they're from, or complimenting a Black woman for her hair. So this becomes oppressive and hateful and racist. So this can lead to heightened anxiety, guilt, and self-censorship as individuals fear reprimand or social ostracism. And it fosters a climate where individuals feel compelled to report perceived transgressions, aggressions, and microaggressions, leading to a culture of accusation and suspicion. So surely this is not what we're looking for in a non-totalitarian society. So how did we get there? It's a long story, but let's just say that the ground was already fertile for this kind of ideology to take root and spread. At the turn of the 20th century, we experienced a first paradigm shift from knowledge-centered education to child-centered education. So we already broke away from an education focusing on instruction, on academic rigor, on discipline and intellectual achievement. So this, if this is still how you conceive of education, just know that it's already considered dated, and it has been for a while now at least in our faculties of education. So child-centered education focuses on the child's interests and needs. So the child becomes the standard by which success is measured. Children don't have to be elevated to meet standards that are set by adults anymore. They don't achieve autonomy and freedom through hard work. They are already autonomous and free, and education must respect, protect, and cultivate those natural qualities. And personal growth becomes more important than academic success and mastery of content. Social and emotional learning takes precedence over the quest for truth and the exercise of rationality. The teacher is no longer a knowledgeable and experienced authority figure responsible for passing on knowledge to the next generation. The teacher is seen as a guide, a facilitator, supporting students in their learning journey. So since critical pedagogy appeals to emotion, to kindness, but also to guilt, and of course, we don't want to be oppressive, we don't want to be unkind, we don't want to be unjust. And critical pedagogy and wokeism is asking us to be kind. Isn't it just kind to use someone's preferred pronouns and to allow children to choose the gender they want to be? So child-centered educators, which is the current paradigm, child-centered education, well, they are already sensitive to the child's needs, emotion, well-being. So we can understand that they can easily be compelled by the values promoted by critical pedagogy. They already believe that knowledge-centered education was unjust, authoritarian, elitist, and so on. And the other thing is that in our universities today, in our faculties of education, this is what I published earlier this week. It's the embarrassing fact that our students in education are mostly quite mediocre, and they're not well read, they're not knowledgeable because they have been, they received that child-centered education from elementary to all the way through university. focusing on their well-being. So, and when they arrive in our faculties of education, well, they are not offered teacher training that will alleviate their knowledge, cultural, and language deficits. Quite the contrary. To be honest, all of this makes them all the more susceptible to this ideological content. They bite into critical pedagogy because they are not even equipped to criticize it. So that's a vicious circle here. So what should we do? To be honest, I'm not really optimistic about our public institutions. I don't know that the public educational system and our universities can be salvaged, because it's so dominant in our universities at the moment, and it's gaining popularity among students in education training programs, and it's already informing new laws and policies. So I don't know if we can change that from the inside, but nevertheless, I believe that we must express our concerns and dissent, and never apologize for doing so. That's really important. But if worst comes to worst, I think we have to be ready to take our children out of school, and we have to participate in the creation of alternatives. Homeschooling with other concerned parents, sharing your values can be an option. I know that's not necessarily easy to do, but I certainly am considering this for my 4-year-old daughter. She's starting school next fall. And if I see any signs of this at her schools, that's it. She's out, and I'm going to homeschool her for sure. Private school, which can still have more conservative values, can be an option. But on the bright side, I see schools opening up that seem to be rediscovering the value of knowledge-centered education. Or even some schools are offering classical education. So I think that those alternatives really are the way forward. That's it. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, Pascal. That is an awful lot to take in. I know myself that, you know, I started approaching this about 3 years ago, and I had to go in little stages to be able to wrap my head around what was happening. And I know that when I ran for school trustee 2 years ago, my slogan was education, not indoctrination. But even at that time, I had no idea how deep the indoctrination goes. Now we have a Q&A. There's a Q&A button at the bottom of your screen for viewers and people who are attending. I want to thank the people who joined us in the last little bit. You've been listening to Pascal Bourgeois. She's an educator's educator. Is that fair to say, in Montreal?
Yeah, I don't know how to... I give lectures to the next generation of teachers at university, but maybe not for long, because my colleagues didn't appreciate my article earlier this week.
Wow. Yeah, it is a fraught landscape for professionals and people willing to speak out. And I believe you're right. We have to not apologize. We have to speak out. We have to talk more amongst ourselves and be willing to talk to our family, our neighbors, our colleagues, our friends. I've got a question from Barb Hertzman. Can you advise classical education options for my child going into grade 11? Do you know of any? Now, I'm not sure where our person asking the question is from. Do you know anything about classical education schools that are popping up? I know of some in Alberta.
Yeah, I heard about it, but I didn't really look in detail, so I couldn't advise anyone on that. But surely we can find some
Mm-hmm.
online, and it would be good to share those links with the public also to make it more
Yeah, each province has different rules
advertised.
around this, and what some people speculate, and people on the left that I hear saying, well, all this criticism, you're gutting education so that you can make create charter schools and close down public education to privatize education, and the accusation is this is all about oppression. And in Ontario, there's no voucher system. There's no real support for parents who want to educate kids themselves. Our grassroots panel back in January, Chris Byros Fernandez talked a little bit about their efforts in the Waterloo region to inform parents about pod schooling, so cooperatives between parents. What's the landscape like in Quebec for these kinds of things, Pascal?
I'm not sure. I would have to look into it. I don't know if there are many initiatives yet. What is surprising and also alarming is that I don't think that the public really knows what's going on inside the schools. And what I noticed over the years, even as a parent, is that we used to get homeworks and exams from our kids to sign that was coming from the school, so we could see what was going on inside of the classroom, what was being taught. And it's I can't see anything anymore. They're not sending any stuff home to be looked at. They are not really willing to share what they're doing with the parents. So schools are becoming more and more I don't know how to say it, private and unwilling to share what they're doing, as if it was embarrassing. So at this point, I'm trying to share what I found out by scratching under the surface, and what I hear since I'm teaching in the Faculty of Education, but I'm not sure what's going on the outside. But I'm interested in finding out if there are alternatives popping up around the provinces.
I have there's been a few questions come through. This one seems like it's a bit of a kind of, well, the question is from Chance. What is the relationship between this generative model and the struggle session? Isn't this essentially a sophisticated form of bullying? The way they're...
I'm not sure I understand the question. Maybe it's because I'm French. So if you could just, what generative model
I think
talking about?
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure how to. I'm reading the question literally. I think there are parallels, Chance, to the the way institutions are shifting with the struggle session, the kind of the forced compliance, forcing people to speak the words, this investigation culture, this culture of walking on eggshells. It absolutely is a sophisticated form of bullying. I've been giving some thought to modeling the bullying dynamic, because like there's a lot of stuff in schools, and the way at least in Ontario that we've been able to track this is that these things have come in under the anti-bullying rubrics, a lot of them, to justify them. So it's about anti-bullying, it's about bullying prevention, it's about safety, and they smuggle this in, but really it's bullies doing this.
Absolutely.
And the same dynamic of bullying in the schoolyard, where you have a bully. The bully recruits proxies. So if you think of the Mean Girls, right, you've got that kind of the head girl, you've got her posse, and then they use kind of narrative warfare against their target. So they pick a target, and guys do this too, by the way. It's guys are less verbal, but you've got your bully, your proxies, or your flying monkeys. You've got your target. Then there's bystanders, people who are afraid to jump in. And then occasionally there are people who step up to defend the target or to protect the person who's being bullied. And that is exactly the same dynamic that happens on the schoolyard with what we understand as normal pattern of bullying, not the sort of framework that the woke believe bullying, that happens in bullying in workplaces, that's happening at scale institutionally now. You've got your the people kind of driving the policy, and then you've got the people who are the allies who are jumping on to play the game, and they pick their targets. That's if you disagree with us, then the bullying is legitimized. There are those people like us who are daring to stand up and speak about it. And what we have is a very, very we have a diseased society that's playing this large scale bullying game. Really quite challenging. I'm gonna bring up. Well, somebody said about homeschooling in Ontario, we get $600 if we want to homeschool each year. It's nothing compared to what school boards get. That's a little bit about that question. So let me bring up Stephen Reish. Pascal, we'll briefly be on the same screen together. I've got to find my... I think Stephen is, he'll be joining the webinar shortly as he clicks through the steps. Welcome, Stephen. Nice to see you.
Nice to see you too. Hi there. Hi, Pascal.
Hello, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
You guys have been in similar kind of crossover chats in some of the groups that we belong to. Have you ever met in person at all, or spoken with each other?
No.
Well,
No, but I enjoyed your article in the Journal de Montréal that I read. So thank you for that.
Yeah.
Wonderful. Well, thank you very much, Pascal. Greatly informative. I think it's going to be more meaningful for people over time. So these videos we're going to archive on the parents. Gosh, where'd it go? Our YouTube channel that Melanie and I host. That is the Weekly Canadian Gender Wars Report. We do that in affiliation with Woke Watch Canada, and I think what you've observed will be more powerful and meaningful, certainly as time goes by and more people figure this out. So thank you very much again.
Thanks for having me.
Welcome, Stephen. It's nice to see you again.
Nice to see you too. Thank you.
Can I extend screen sharing for you? Do you have a presentation?
Yes.
Okay.
Please. That would be great.
So it looks like I've got multiple participants or hosts or panelists can share. Give it a try. The screen share should be at the bottom.
There we go.
Excellent.
Just waiting for it to.
Can you tell us a bit about yourself, Stephen, before you
absolutely,
before you launch in here and
dive in? So I am I'm going to be a PhD candidate beginning in the fall at OISE, which is the Faculty of Education at the University of Toronto. In my previous life, I've been a lawyer. I've also been a professional actor. I'm a musician. But I really got interested in educational policy watching my son go through school, and particularly the differences at a point in elementary school. We moved him to a somewhat more of a classical school in Toronto in our neighborhood. And the differences that I saw between what was going on in a regular school, and certainly once he finished that at the end of grade 6 and then going to public school for high school, there was just no comparison. So I became very interested in what was going on in schools and school policy. And so that's why I began to study it. And it was really at that time where I began my coursework at OISE that I became conversant in critical theory, which is, some people will call wokeism. I prefer not to use that term because it can be a little polarizing, even though I know that that's kind of the term that people understand and use. But I like to use the term critical theory or contemporary critical theory to kind of elevate the discussion and talk about it in terms of a philosophy that is now colonized education, not only in Ontario, across Canada, the United States, although there is some pushback, but really throughout the Anglosphere. So that's all the English-speaking countries, and even into non-English-speaking countries. So that's a little bit about me. And you want me to get started?
Yeah, I'm very much looking forward to this, Stephen. Thank you for joining us again. And for viewers, Stephen Reish presenting. If you've got questions, there is a Q&A box or button at the bottom of your screen. You can type questions in as we go. I likely will save them up until Stephen is done his presentation, and then we can further the conversation at that point. Stephen, the floor is yours. Thank you again.
All right. Thank you very much. So I wanted to start off really, I'm going to be talking about identity and what that really means. And the first question I kind of want to put out there rhetorically, because obviously you're not in front of me as a live audience, you can't answer. But let's say in the year 2000, who ever said, I identify as, and then fill in the blank? Nobody. No one talked about identifying as anything. You know, if someone is Italian, they wouldn't say I identify as Italian, they would say I'm Italian. Or, you know, I identify as a man. No, they would say I am a man. So this is really something that has leaked out of the study of psychology, really in universities, and talking about identity as part of personality. So what's really happened is that these ideas have kind of leaked out of psychology and taken on a new meaning. And that's really what we're going to be looking at today. So what is identity? So identity is a subjectively felt but politically useful affiliation with groups that are specifically identified by critical theory and pedagogy as allies in the quest for societal revolution. It's part of the operation of critical theory. So, you know, here we have on this slide, what is identity? It is about not you, it's about you feeling oppressed, it's politically useful, defined by group membership, and the purpose of having an identity, and this is really important, is not about your own self-growth, but rather for you to ally with other groups in order to have a societal revolution. So just digging into this a little bit more, identity, we take a look, is now really defined along these parameters: your race or skin color, your gender identity or sexuality, and whether or not you're Indigenous. So that leaves out tons that is part of our personalities. For example, your identity is not your interests, it's not your talents, it's not your careers and hobbies, and it's not your socioeconomic status. And that one is really, really important because all the studies show that the biggest determiner of whether or not you were going to do well in school, as the way school operates right now, is your socioeconomic status. And somehow that's just fallen off the wayside. So what is critical theory? Critical theory is a neo-Marxist, postmodern critique, and I'll explain that, dividing society into oppressors and the oppressed in order to remake society into one that centers the oppressed and their claims on resources. So, you know, here in this diagram, you know, thumbs down for the majority, thumbs down for successful minorities, that immigrants that come to Canada that want to become part of the Canadian fabric, thumbs down to them, thumbs down to anyone working to overcome any obstacles that they have in their lives. And as I said, most of those obstacles tend to be socioeconomic. So what is critical theory really centering? It's the idea of being a victim. And what we want to do in critical theory, and by saying we, I don't mean me, I'm saying the people that promote this, is that we want to take all these victims and put them together so that they become a group of victims. Now, what do we do with these victims? So we have this group of victims, and now we want to engage in identity building. And this is really critical pedagogy. It's the method and goal of teaching promoted in Ontario, throughout Canada really, both by the government, the school boards, and the teachers' unions, Now, critical pedagogy goes under a few different names. You may have seen it if you do look at parent resources. Sometimes it's called culturally relevant pedagogy, culturally relevant and responsive pedagogy, which in Ontario Ministry of Education documents is shortened to CRRP or CRAP. But what is that? So it's creating a classroom where each student is not an individual, but is rather an avatar of their race, ethnicity, and their gender identity. But not in terms of the positives of it and the positives of what they bring into the classroom, but really only in terms of their victimhood. The educational goal is to build up those identities, inculcating students with the principles of critical theory that Pascal discussed and Chantal alluded to in her slides, so that they can then decenter, these are the words that are used, decolonize, disrupt. And who are they decentering, decolonizing, disrupting? The majority that just happens to exist by no fault of their own, just by birth in this country. Successful minorities, those who are immigrants to the country that with 1, 2, or 3 generations become successful and integrated Canadians, and anyone working hard to overcome whatever obstacles that life has thrown their way, including life circumstances such as poverty. So that's really what it's aiming to do. It wants to really fight against, the thumbs down people. But otherwise, critical pedagogy really, in terms of what goes on in the classroom, it's about letting students do what they want, as long as what they're doing stereotypically fits their racial, sexual, gender identities, and is useful in that sense to build these coalitions to decenter, decolonize, and disrupt. So you look at it this way and you go, well, so what does this have to do with English or history, social studies, math? It has nothing to do with it. In fact, critical theory is opposed to traditional subjects and assessments. Critical theory really is there to cut ties with things that we used to celebrate as Canadians in society. Multiculturalism. So this may seem a little bit weird because we sort of think of critical theory, well, doesn't it promote multiculturalism? No, it doesn't. Actually, if you read the scholars that write about critical theory, they hate multiculturalism because multiculturalism is saying, hey, we're all in this country together. We have different backgrounds, we have different heritages, ethnicities that we may feel affiliations to. We celebrate different holidays. Let's share that with everybody. We'll have street festivals, we'll have different events. No, because that doesn't help in the goal of critical theory, which is, again, to decenter and to dismantle. So again, national pride, that's not something that we want to promote. History, no, because history is complex and history has many different sides. And if we really want to examine history, then we're looking at it chronologically and we're examining all the different influences that brought us to today. So we don't want to do that. We want to have one narrative about why we've turned into this horrible, horrible society that needs dismantling. The other thing that critical pedagogy doesn't like is facts, science, or objectivity. And we're going to get to that in a bit because it's really a theory that is not grounded in any evidence. And by evidence, I mean experimental evidence. And critical theorists will often say, well, we have evidence. And by evidence, they mean that a researcher will go out there and talk to 3 like-minded individuals and talk about how they feel that their whiteness is something they project in a classroom, and therefore it's oppressive to other students. Now, is there evidence that they're actually doing that? Have they defined their terms? Do we have surveys of these students saying that they don't feel that they belong? No, we have none of that. We just have people sort of talking and theorizing. And I would argue that that's not the kind of evidence that we want to base policy on. And of course, and this is perhaps relevant to today, that critical theory is really against the family. And the family is an institution which may stand in its way. That's very similar to Marxism's project to indoctrinate young children to cut ties with the past in order to disrupt present systems of authority. And the family would be one present system of authority, of course, the parents being the authority. Now, let's talk about, on the other side, the people that promote critical pedagogy, they say it's necessary. So has there been any work done, any studies done to see whether or not it actually does anything productive? Does it close achievement gaps? Does it help people learn better? So I looked at this. There's no research at all in Canada. There's a little bit of research in the United States where people tried to use, because they do have standardized tests and standardized, feelings of student climate, to see, what are the effects of critical pedagogy on students. And the literature really only supports 5 substantiated outcomes. And these are the outcomes: the belief in critical theory's tenets as established facts, the belief that science is a myth, the belief that collective struggle against the status quo is a moral imperative. So after being educated through critical pedagogy, we test the students in terms of what they feel that they've learned, what they believe. This is what they end up with. But all the students, remember, critical pedagogy is really focusing on someone's identity. Now, this was developed in the United States, where we have segregated schools, which often will have one population. So you'll have native-born African-American students in one school, maybe a smattering of Hispanics, but maybe very few students from other ethnic groups, and what in the United States often gets categorized as the white population. So in one school where everybody is the same, this poses less of a problem. But in schools that do have other groups, such as Hispanics or people from other countries, what we found through experimentation is that this leaves the non-focus groups feeling excluded from the class. And for the students that belong to the group that, that pedagogy was directed to, it leaves students feeling as if they don't belong to society as a whole. So we have studies that show this, that the Black students that are in the United States that are exposed to this come out feeling like, well, should I bother trying in school? Like, will I ever get ahead? These are systemic barriers. What's the point? I'm not really part of this society. And that's something that John McWhorter, if any of you follow him, writes a lot about like how disincentivizing that is, and what a terrible message to teach children, that they are never, ever going to be able to be successful because they are outsiders. Now, critically, and I mean that in terms of importantly, there's no evidence that critical pedagogy improves academic performance whatsoever. And here I have the references from those studies. So let's talk about a few of the other terms that come about because of critical theory that I think really require definition. And I think for the parents out there, the teachers out there, you need to understand what we're talking about when we talk about equity, diversity, and inclusion. So let's start with equity. And I think this diagram sets it up very well. Equity has nothing to do with equal or fair access, even equal or fair access where we consider that someone may be starting from a deficit because they don't have enough background knowledge, or that they came from a home where their parents didn't have books, or their parents couldn't afford to take them to museums or on holidays. That's not what equity is about. Equity, really, when we distinguish it from equality, is about securing the same outcome for everybody. And what that and I always say, let's operationalize that, as Shannon mentioned. So what does that look like on the ground? Well, it basically means great inflation, that everyone gets a prize for producing anything, and it doesn't really matter what it is. And one of the popular things that goes on, for example, in schools, and if you have any children that are, I would say later elementary school and all the way through high school, is they get a project, do a project on, it's very broad, anything in history that was a conflict. And so, students will then go and they'll copy a Wikipedia page, they'll put it into a slides, they'll rearrange the wording, they'll use the references as their own references, they'll populate it with a bunch of Google images, and they submit it to the teachers, who now have a 4-point way of evaluating. And as long as you've done all of this, you get 4 out of 4. Is anything learned? No. Is anyone going to remember anything of this, 6 months later in terms of the student who did it? No. But everyone, on a 4-point average, if you, sort of ticked all the boxes, you're going to get 4 out of 4 or something close to 4 out of 4. And that's why we see students like everyone, we look at the averages in Ontario and we see they're in the high 80s and the 90s, to get into university now. We assume that, you have to have marks in the 90s for specialized program in the upper 90s. I mean, that's ridiculous. When I went to school on the bell curve, the average was 65. The smartest students in the class got 80, and it was that one exceptional student every couple of years that got in the 90s. So, let's be clear. When we talk about equity, we're talking about engineering equal outcomes, and particularly equal outcomes by the groups that critical theory is interested in. And those are race and gender identity, for the most part. They say sexuality, they've kind of lost interest in sexuality. All right, diversity. So again, we talk about diversity, sounds like a great thing. One thing that I always say is we live in Canada. Like, we don't have to have a policy of diversity. We already are diverse. We have people that come from families and cultures from all around the world. Plus, we've got First Nations, we've got the Métis, we've got the Inuit. We have a diverse society. This is go traveling, go to a country that's pretty homogeneous, and you will notice right away, oh my God, everyone looks the same. Everyone, is doing the same thing. Everyone, speaks the same language. Well, that's not the case in most Anglosphere countries. We already have diversity. So then what are they talking about when they want to promote diversity? So when they want to promote diversity, what they're really talking about is the presence of specified identity groups that are viewed as marginalized. Okay? Now, what do we mean by marginalized? And there's another term that is often overused. They don't mean poor, right? Which really is the on-the-ground fact of what marginalizes people is poverty, not being able to access resources because you can't pay for them. And a good example of that is tutoring. So the middle class, parents, their kid is getting all these projects, they can't handle them. The parents don't have time to do it. They hire tutors, or they're doing discovery math in school. They're getting problems that have never been explained to the kids. So the parents hire tutors. Well, what is the systemic barrier? The systemic barrier is not the color of your skin. If you are of Jamaican heritage and your father's a surgeon and your mother's a university professor and you live in a house and you've got a pool or whatever, the barrier for you is not the color of your skin. Your parents can hire you tutors, they can send you to the best schools, no problem, right? The barrier is really poverty. So, but they're not interested in that. What they want to see is they want to center and front sort of these marketing images of here's what diversity is. But what is diversity is not, as you can see in the lower pictures, is just children and their various interests and their different personalities, their different ways of thinking, the different ways that they've been parented. That is not at all of interest to critical theory. Inclusion. So we seem to think that inclusion just means, oh, everyone's included. Well, that's not what it means under critical theory. Critical theory says that inclusion is centering the lived experiences of specified identity groups viewed by critical theory as marginalized. So who is embraced in this idea of inclusivity? Well, here we have the various gender identities, and as Chanel Fall has presented, that we see a lot of this in classrooms where elementary school kids are coloring flags for agendered or bisexual or all these sort of various identities. They've taken a like to Black Lives Matter. It seems since October 7th they've taken a love of Palestinian nationalism and Islam. So all those things are included. What is not included is anything that is suspected of whiteness. And by whiteness, that's just a term that means everything that we say is majority or bad, again, by virtue of birth. If right now the majority of Canadians happen to be pale-skinned, it's only because, Canada started off as a country that was colonized by people of British heritage and whatever. But now we're even applying that to ethnic groups. We're saying that, to Asians, that you're now white adjacent. We're saying that to Jews, you're white adjacent. To South Asians, you're white adjacent. The idea of Canada as having any pride in Canada is not something to be celebrated. If people have different religions other than Islam, it appears that we don't celebrate that either. Like somehow, this whole idea of what Judaism is, and the fact that it does center Israel. So there's an element of Zionism in Judaism. That's bad. Christianity is bad. That's all seen as bad. Hinduism now is bad, and and they're responsible for all the evil that goes on within their communities. So again, inclusion is not about including everyone. It's again about putting together these identity groups. So what is social justice? So social justice is both a process and a goal. As a process, it's the act of becoming critically conscious of one's privilege or marginality, okay, based on the rules of critical theory. So you are assigned either to be marginalized or to be privileged based on very surface characteristics, your skin color, I hate to use the term race because race doesn't really exist, but let's say your geographic ancestry in terms of your phenotype, so that somehow if you're European, and it doesn't matter like whether your family's from Britain or your family's from Albania or Turkey or an Arab country, and there again, like it depends on where we draw the lines. In Canada, Arabs are sort of carved out as a separate group. In the United States, they're counted in the white category. I mean, these categories are meaningless, really. So, you're supposed to reflect on whether or not you're privileged or marginalized, and then you're supposed to continually testify as to your positionality and hope for this socialist revolution. And as a goal, social justice is supposed to get you to this unspecified utopia of liberation and freedom. Unfortunately, you can read the literature, to your eyes fall out, and you will see no plan or design for implementation or what even this utopia is supposed to look like. So, my question is always, listen, education talks a lot about transformational change. We want transformational change. And I always say, I'll get on board the change train when I know what the destination looks like. And if you can't illustrate for me the destination, and we can't have a societal discussion about what that destination looks like and whether there's unintended consequences or whether maybe it's a bad idea, then I'm not getting on board. And I say that for the teachers that are here, for the parents that are here, really think about what are we talking about here? So I'm going to share a few things that Chanel has shared on Twitter, just to talk about how much is this identity stuff really kind of leaking into the classroom. Because then we're going to look at it from the ministry perspective. So here's the Elementary Teachers Federation of Ontario, their gender and pronoun material for kindergarten classroom use. Now you'll notice on the left, the critical theory, this is the early years document, and many of you have probably seen that. If you want, I'll be quiet just for a second so you can just take a quick look at that. And so basically here, they're providing materials, and this would be kindergarten. So we're talking about ages, 3.5 to 5.5, where we know developmentally and psychologically children are very concrete thinkers. Children are only learning the terms that we use so that when we communicate with each other, we understand what we're talking about. For example, this is a coffee cup. We call this a coffee cup so that we all know what we're talking about. These are not university students who are examining Judith Butler's theories about gender performativity or whatever. These are young children, and somehow this seems to have more importance than, for example, learning how to set a table and make lunch for your classmates and eat together and with manners and clean up after yourselves, or learn Canadian folk songs, or all the other things that we could do. This seems to be a big priority. So this is the Elementary Teacher Federation materials for use in kindergarten. And if you look on the left-hand side, the connections to CRRP or CRAP, cultural competence, so that's we're talking about the critical consciousness, the honors, the lived realities of the learners, and how they may identify with themselves on the inside. Okay, so we're now talking about like therapy in kindergarten, right? I mean, that's what we do in therapy. Like if you're struggling with an issue or you feel that you have a block as a person, and now I'm speaking as like as an adult or even a later teen or whatever, you go to therapy, you will work with a therapist who's qualified to deal with these issues and talk about, you know, who you are, what is important to you, you know, what are your behavioral patterns? Is this, you know, and I ask the question as we go through this, is this really appropriate for a 3.5-year-old to 5-year-old? Like, should we be engaging in therapy? And a better question, should teachers who have absolutely no training in this be engaging in this kind of therapy in the classroom? So then we look, it's tied to critical consciousness. Has learners consider how we can make space for gender inclusivity? So again, gender inclusivity, we may understand that as adults. I have my doubts that any 3.5-year-old or 5-year-old understands that. Has learners represent the various ways that they might express who they are on the inside and how that will challenge gender normativity. So now we have therapy that has been repurposed for challenging what we saw in the slide before, the majority, challenging just the names that we give things. You know, let's not call this a coffee cup, let's call this a blip. Instead, you know, is this really appropriate for this age? And you know, these children, like there's so many things that need to be learned to prepare yourself for academic work in grade 1. Again, I question, you know, how much time is being spent on this, or how much easier it is for a teacher to take these materials and do this in class that doesn't require the teacher to be an expert in how to, for example, teach children how to read. And again, you know, we're promoting social identities, and again, not your full identity, your interests, the myriad ways that we have a personality, but only around the axes of gender, sexuality, and again, 3.5 to 5-year-olds. You know, if you have children and you've talked, like, do they know their sexuality? Is this an appropriate conversation for someone who's not a parent or not an expert to be having in a kindergarten classroom? Race, you know, it reminds me of my son. I remember when he was about this age looking at pictures, and I remember he said to me, "Oh, look at the, you know, look at the picture of the black person." And what he was talking about was the person who was wearing a black shirt, right? Because he didn't see that. His best friend was Japanese, and you know, he thought that they looked the same because they had the same haircut. So, you know, is this really what we want to be fronting to the kids right now? What are the consequences of you know, teaching kindergarten kids that they're not all children and that they're not all together and they're all part of the Canadian experiment, but rather that they belong to these little siloed identities? Okay, so now I'm going to talk about a bit of my research, and my research really was looking at 40 years of Ministry of Education publications in Ontario that had to do, you know, both internally, board directives, curricular documents, teacher resources, and the actual curricula for each subject. So everything I could find online from around the 1980s to 2022, because I wanted to see the trends. And that's the type of research that's been done. There's a scholar, David Rosado, who does this about media and agency setting by, say, the media and activists. And I wanted to see, well, what was really going on at the ministry level, right? At the real political level in Ontario in education. So what I'm going to be showing you is, much of it is for my thesis, is the Ontario Ministry of Education promoting critical theory in K-12 education. So between 1992 and 2022, there has been a 187% increase in use of the term identity as defined by critical theory. And I'm going to give you a working definition the number of scholars have used in synthesizing the literature. that identity, its elaboration, its expression and affirmation to fight oppression against the so-called privileged is a mobilization of racial, gender, and sexuality minority groups against current majority groups who are implicated in malfeasance, bad behavior, solely for the reason that they happen to be born into the majority. So that's really what identity is. So, when we think about it that way, then we realize identity contributes nothing to actually teaching children anything about subjects they know nothing about, and it doesn't really contribute to having a full personality. But what is it important for? It's for producing social unrest, pitting these groups against those groups. The notion of identity was introduced into the curriculum by Bob Rae's NDP government in 1993, and that was right after the LA riots and then the copycat Toronto riots after the beating up of Rodney King. There was a bit of a panic. Certainly justifiably in the States where there were issues, but then there was a panic in Canada as well. Some of it justified by some police behavior, but it was a real panic in terms of the Ministry of Education, saying that students now have to see themselves reflected in the curriculum. So it's not that you go to school to learn things you don't know, to open the proverbial window to the outside world that is beyond your ken, but rather the focus of school should be on you. So the focus of school is like me learning. And just to give you an example of how limiting that is, if you come from the middle class, the upper classes, you've traveled, you have books, your parents take you to the ROM, which is a museum in Toronto or whatever, then you have, sort of your window's already been open to some degree. Now, if you are living in Ontario housing and you have a single mother and 3 siblings, and your single mother's working 3 jobs to put food on the table, and there's no money for books and there's no money for trips, and maybe that single mother doesn't speak English as her first language, and maybe she's a new Canadian and she doesn't know how to negotiate all the different things that maybe are provided for free, then your world is pretty small. Like your world might be your 1 or 2 bedroom apartment and the playground next door, right? So a curriculum focused only on you and your lived experience is going to be pretty limiting and certainly isn't going to be opening any doors for you, right? Other than navel gazing. So then we see in 2012 this huge, sort of jump. And that was because of the Kathleen Wynne government's promotion of identity in new curriculum. So that suddenly, math is not just about math, and science is not just about science. Social studies isn't about learning about different cultures around the world or the history of Canada. It's now about your identity, and now pinning identities on people in the past who never thought of themselves as having any identity. So now, instead of learning history, we want to figure out, well, how might that person have identified themselves? And by that identity, so it's like we want to take the present, and this is called presentism, and we want to apply it historically the past and then judge the past based on, what present era we're in. Now, interestingly enough, we see another jump, and this is during the Doug Ford years, 2017 to 2022, and that's because the government released its education equity plan with a directive to strengthen critical pedagogy and convey the concerns of critical theory, and as they say, making explicit existing structures, policies, programs, and practices that disadvantage, who do they disadvantage? The racialized, okay, which is the new term for visible minorities, but what they really mean here is Black Canadians, Indigenous students, students who identify as LGBTQ, and that includes all of the other acronyms that have been added to that, Two-Spirited, which would apply to, I suppose, Indigenous people that have, gender identities or a sexuality that is not heterosexual. It's unclear what that term really means. It's a very recent invention. And then the scholars of education that come out of the education schools say, well, this has been a good thing because now we're not promoting academic achievement and closing gaps. We're promoting identity and well-being, right? Now, who loves identity and well-being, the whole well-being thing? The upper middle class, the elites, right? That are doing all their well-being stuff, right? The people who have struggled to put food on the table, or who are struggling just to read, whatever, are not so worried about their well-being and doing meditation or whatever. They've got very on the ground concerns. And what this did, this identity and well-being policy by the ministry, was to displace previous policy objectives that were really prioritizing academic achievement and closing achievement gaps. Now, critical theorists argue that classical liberalism, and I want to really give a definition here because I think sometimes people use liberal, and I've heard it in the discussions even today, that liberal meaning left, conservative meaning right. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about liberalism as an idea from the Enlightenment that we have natural rights, we have individual right claims that we can make, we have a system that processes them, that we believe that we shouldn't judge people by their exterior. Martin Luther King Jr. was a perfect example of liberalism, the idea that everyone is God's child, that is born equal, and that it's an affront to God to treat people according to surface things such as their skin color or what they look like. That everyone deserves dignity and everyone deserves an opportunity, right? So classical liberalism loves equal opportunity, and it also promotes merit, because the only way that you're going to have a society that advances, solves problems, is if we have things in motion for people that truly are gifted. And I'm not talking about the gifted programs that we have now in schools, which are really a farce based on a test that you take and it shows that, oh, you've got a quick working memory, so now you're gifted. You may not be able to read, but you're very gifted in that, or you're gifted in math, but you can't control your outbursts. So I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the people who are going to be the future Einsteins, the future inventors, the future people that come out with medical things. Liberalism promotes merit, right? And says that everyone should have equal opportunity, and the only limiting factor is going to be your own hard work, your motivation, and what you're born with in terms of your smarts. Critical theory doesn't believe in that at all. And they say, that classical liberalism is against equity, which it is, because it doesn't believe in equal outcomes. Classical liberalism isn't interested in your group identity because it's not interested in those surface characteristics. It's not interested in unearned privileges because there's nothing you can do with them. Like a child that is born into a rich house with educated parents, classical liberalism says, well, that's just how the cookie rolls. Life is not fair. Life is not a bowl of cherries. The most that we can do is ensure that child, when they start school, if we're putting it in an education context, when they start school, that we have to start and organize school in such a way that the child that comes from that Ontario housing, the child that comes from Rosedale or Kerrisdale in Vancouver or whatever, that we ensure when we start to teach that they all have the same background knowledge, and that we start from the beginning with both of them so that they both have equal access. And then classical liberalism would be interested in making sure that we create a system where people can't game the system. So, for example, if we had a system that there was no need to hire tutors, whatever, we'd be taking that game out, and we'd be ensuring equal access for poor students whose parents can't afford to pay for tutors. That would be classical liberalism. Critical theory, though, isn't interested in that. They're interested in equal outcomes. So let's look at, in terms of my findings, how has critical theory that we've been discussing colonized education? Well, the ministry in Ontario is increasingly, to the tune of 1,730%, infusing the tenets of critical theory into public education. And that's from 1982. In addition, critical theory's delivery mechanism, critical pedagogy, has seen a 1,825% growth since 2002, when that term first entered into ministry policy documents. Now, if you thought that maybe it was the government of the day who influences how much critical theory is in the curriculum, you'd be wrong. The progressive conservatives under Doug Ford have actually used 83% more critical theory language in publications aimed at students in the K-12 classroom. So by that I mean the various curriculums and the teacher resource materials. 83% more than previous Liberal governments. So, you know, they can talk a good game about we're going back to basics, and, you know, they'll throw in a few words here and there. And we're going to look at some examples of, you know, some of the reformations of the curriculum. The bureaucracy underneath them is, you know, keeping going, producing more and more of this critical theory language at the expense of, you know, what learning really requires, which we're going to take a quick look at. So let's look at the term identity as we've been talking. If we compare the language curriculum that was put out by the Liberals in 2006 and that put out by the Progressive Conservatives in 2023, we see a 2,233% increase in use of the term identity by the PCs. Now, just to give you context, the reason why the PCs came out with this new curriculum is because the Ontario Human Rights Commission had a right to read report where they examined the problems with, you know, what they said was a workforce in Canada that 40% of our workforce is functionally illiterate, and that 30% of our students are functionally illiterate. And by that, I mean that they don't have the stamina for long reading, and they don't because they don't have automaticity in reading. Now, granted, that study was just looking at very early years in terms of phonics, and that's not the only way that we teach reading. I mean, it is the way we have to start teaching reading, but there's more to it than that. And the Ontario Human Rights Commission said that, unfortunately, the ministry, the unions, the teacher colleges, teachers themselves, principals, they're too concerned about sociocultural matters, right? And that they're letting that distract them from their real job, which is teaching. So the sociocultural matters are really another way of saying critical theory and identity. So, you know, what has the Conservative government done? It's inserted even more. So let's look at math. The previous math curriculum in 2005, the word identity used in the critical theory sense, not in the mathematical sense, does not appear anywhere in the curriculum. Now it does in 2020. Now, obviously, we can't do a percentage because we went from 0 to more. For those of you who might be interested, I can explain kind of how this works in terms of the 3.71 per 10,000 words. But that's a significant increase in terms of this entering into the math curriculum and displacing math education. So what are the problems with an identity-focused school system? Actually, just before that, I just wanted to show you, this is critical theory language by subject matter. So you can see on the left that most of the critical theory language is found in pedagogical guidance. So, you know, they're basically in all the documents for teachers telling them, you know, you should be using critical theory. But mathematics on the right is the least amount so far. But let's remember, none of it existed prior to 2005. And what we're looking at in this graph is the whole 40 years. So that's actually quite significant that only since 2023, or let's say 2005, that because there have been other math things that have been put out that have referred to identity, that there is this in mathematics. But here's the really interesting finding. If you look in the middle of the graph, third from the left, we've got the humanities, language, history, social studies, and we see the amount of critical theory language. And then we look at science and technology, and there's actually more of it in science and technology than there is in the humanities, which goes to show you that the people promoting critical theory, they're not just looking at correcting history. They may talk about that or just language or whatever. This is about repurposing all of the subject matter in school for societal revolution. Uh, so that said, what's the problem with identity focus in schools? Well, identity focus steals time away from and energy from other subject matters and from a proper focus on teaching methods. For example, critical pedagogy says every child and every identity group learns differently and has a particular learning style. So that's what they say, that if you belong to this race, like the black race, that you learn differently than someone from the brown race or from the white race. Okay? Now, what does cognitive science say? They say there's no evidence substantiating learning styles, that these are surfacey categorizations that aren't even really based on biology. Like we're not that different. Just because our ancestors came from a certain geographical location, we're having more or less melanin in your skin or a different kind of hair texture was beneficial because of the geography of the place that you lived in. I mean, that is irrelevant and certainly irrelevant in an education system. So there is no scientific evidence substantiating learning styles. It's a complete myth. Someone made it up. The way humans learn is universal and does not vary by race. It does not vary by indigeneity, which is something even the Canadian Human Rights Commission found in their Right to Read report. I mean, they said, Indigenous people learn to read the same way as all other people because they're people. And it doesn't matter what your gender identity is or your level of oppression. The problem is critical theory is blind to the science of learning. It's unable to recognize the complexity of that science, the evidence it's uncovered to validate theories about the human mind operates. So unlike critical theory, the science of learning has a proven empirical record of demonstrating practical ways in which teachers can make knowledge and skills stick and be available for future problem learning situations. So, you have to ask yourself, if you spend all this time doing projects and learning and investigating, whatever, and 6 months later, you have even just an oral quiz in the classroom, by doing all those things, the kids are not going to remember anything. It's all going to be gone. Science actually has a way to make sure that a year later, 2 years later, this stuff has been committed to long-term memory so that you don't forget it. So there was a point in spending time during the school day actually learning it. So instead of that, critical theory assumes that a student's lived experience, and I don't know what the difference between lived experience and just experiences, because obviously you don't have experiences when you're dead. So laundered through the demands of critical theory, that should be the primary source and subject of learning. There's no evidence that actually advances learning. It doesn't advance the student's long-term repository of knowledge that needs to be available automatically for problem serving. What has the research shown? Well, the research has shown that engaging in these kind of identity politics and dividing people into these identity categories by fronting and focusing on identity may actually be related to a lower sense of well-being and strongly associated with increased depression. So the focus on identity and the politics of identity relies on a narrative that you tell yourself, and the ministry says that, which has been found to lead to undependable reason, right? Because you're telling yourself a narrative and there's no correction, there's no tethering it to reality, operationalizing it, making it real. And it's solely based on one's emotions of the moment. And thus there's a loss of logical perspective. Right? Now, what is the best way to be mentally healthy? Is to have a sense of logical perspective. I may feel a certain way, I may be enraged right now, but if I have a sense of logical perspective, I'm able to say, but you know what? I have a roof over my head, I have food on the table, I have people that love me. This is how I'm feeling right now. That's okay. I need to go for a walk. I'll calm down. Then I'll be able to look at it rationally. So if we don't have logical perspective, it leads some individuals to interpret mild forms of distress as mental health problems. And that leads to a self-fulfilling prophecy and the genuine experience of even greater symptomology. So I'm not denying that these people don't feel distress. They do, but it's self-generated, right? It's self-generated. Obviously, this has ramifications in terms of children deciding that all of their problems are related to finding the right gender identity. And I mean, gender identity is not my my area of expertise. There's probably people here that can speak to that more. But just speaking in terms of identity, like to say that my problems come down to, my racial, gender, sexuality, these identities, it's very simplistic. Now, I mean, what does the Canadian public think of doing this at school, that this should be the focus of school? So Eric Kaufman, a sociologist, his research demonstrates that the Ministry of Education in Ontario is wildly out of step with Canadian public opinion. And that means, because public education is a public civic good that people pay for with their taxes, right? So it should have some accountability to the public. If the public thinks that the purpose of public education is to give their children enough knowledge and skills that then they can negotiate the world as an adult, but yet what the system is trying to do is to foment revolution so that we can, enter social justice utopia, then, there's a breach of the social contract between public education and the public that it's supposed to serve. So what does Eric Kaufman's research say? So 92% of Canadians are against categorizing identities as privileged and oppressed. 92%, which is what our education system is currently doing. 85% of Canadians are against teaching that there's no such thing as biological sex, only gender. Okay, again, that's a large percentage. 62% of Canadians don't want a curriculum tailored to identities. They want a broad, common curriculum that everybody gets, right? And they see that as equitable, not separate curriculums for different races or different gender identities. So now we get to the part of the discussion that hopefully will lead to some questions. What can you do? So, to the parents here in the audience, I would say you have to be the first educator at home. Like, if you think that the schools are going to, raise your children and give them the education that they need, you're mistaken. That's not where we're at. Now, I'm going to add a proviso here. If your child you suspect your child has, a sexual or gender dysphoria, however we talk about that, in terms of being uncomfortable, disliking, hating their body, or paraphilia, right? Then you need to seek appropriate counseling for your child, right? This is not something for the schools to do. Teachers have no training in it. You are the one that needs to find appropriate counseling for your children. And that's an issue that they have to work through that requires therapy. Okay, not necessarily to rid them of those feelings, but for them to come to terms with them in a healthy way. But in all other cases, so that proviso aside, this is what I would say, and this is what I've been doing. Don't use critical theory language and don't use postmodernist terminology. Stop saying, I identify as blank. How do you identify, or whatever? Talk in real terms, right? If you're Italian, say I'm Italian. If you're an artist, say I'm an artist. Then it's a lot more meaningful when someone says I'm a singer, as opposed to I identify as a singer. When I hear the word I identify as a singer, it sounds to me like you're actually not a singer. You've chosen a costume, you're going to put it on, and we're all going to pretend you're a singer when you're not. So don't use these terms. Don't use the term identity, right? Unless you're a psychology major or a psychologist that's discussing personality. Talk to your kids about sex. And I'm not talking about sexuality, and I'm not talking about the act of sex. I'm talking about sex. You are the ones that are responsible for your children having pride in their bodies, which is something they can't do anything about, right? My son had a kindergarten teacher who used to say, you get what you get and you don't get upset. And I've always thought that's one of the wisest things I've ever heard, right? Your body is your body, and it's not going to be perfect, and it's not going to be exactly to your liking, and no one has the body that, is in the magazines or whatever. You have to learn to love your body and accept your body and change what you can and accept what you can't, the serenity prayer. That's something that you can talk about with your kids. And also to talk about the biological reality of their sex. What does that mean, right? For them to understand, okay, well, you have a penis. So, what are your responsibilities around having a penis? What are, how do you take care of your penis? How do you make sure it's healthy? What does that look like biologically? For girls, the same thing. And then crosswise, like, again, if you're comfortable, and some people may not be, or they may have religious objections, but to talk to your children about the biological realities of sex. And connected to that is to talk to them about how sex stereotypes were put to bed because of second wave feminism. And that, that we dispensed with this idea that because you were born with a penis or because you were born with a vulva, that you have to act in certain ways. That if you're born with a vulva, that means that you have to be a homemaker that raises children or whatever. You can choose to do that, but the options open to you in terms of what you can do are much broader than that. Or that if you're born with a penis, that you can't be an emotional person or artistic or sensitive or a good parent. I mean, those are stereotypes, and they're not stereotypes that have existed forever. These are stereotypes based on 1950s sort of Hollywood representations of middle class life, right? Because in the 1800s, both men and women worked, and they worked hard hours in the field, and women were not, walking around figuring out how to put perfume and how to do their hair to be more attractive to their husbands and all that other stuff that we saw in the 50s. And men didn't expect to come in and have someone give them a martini and put on their slippers. So I question whether or not a lot of, what we're calling gender identity or non-conforming is that what you're measuring yourself up against is some ideal from movies from the 1950s. And that's a discussion you can have with children. That's a very interesting discussion. And to say to your kids that your biology does not fully define you. Yes, it puts limitations on you. If you have a penis, you're not going to be able to get pregnant and have babies. But all these other things are open to you. In terms of, if you have young children and they're at school and that this is coming down the pipe, I don't think there's anything wrong with talking to your kids. They may come to the conclusion, and certainly as a parent, you have the right to, when you're talking about them, about the importance of their sex or whatever, that they don't have an identity, right? And that your kids can say to their teacher in class when they're given that gingerbread form, you know what, I don't have an identity. I have sex, I have interests. Other people may struggle accepting their biological sex. I don't, right? And that's why I gave the proviso that if they do, then that's your responsibility, right? But steal your children, steal them in terms of having a strong back that they themselves are their own advocates to say, you know what, I'm really, I'm not comfortable yet with fractions. So I would rather do fractions. Or can we learn our multiplication tables instead of coloring this in because I don't have an identity? I don't know how much point there is bringing this up with teachers who seem committed to this. They probably haven't given it a lot of thought. They're mandated to do it by the ministry and the school boards. So where do you turn to? This comes from the Power Center. This is from the ministry. And Stephen Lecce may not know what's going on in his bureaucracy, but he's responsible for them. So if you're going to organize and you're going to lobby, I would suggest that you turn it there, and that you bring people along who know what they're speaking about, so that they can show Stephen Lecce, so that they can show, speak to your MPP or your MLA if you're in a different province, to say, this is not improving anyone's education. All it's doing is it's making people stupider, and it's creating great inflation, and it's impacting children's mental health, and we see that in the studies. You can say the purpose of public education, in my mind, is to get our children fluent and up to date on the state of knowledge and skills necessary to navigate the world. Teachers are not psychologists. They shouldn't be practicing unlicensed psychology. They have no business practicing psychology on children, and they have no business promoting critical theory. If the education wants, there are parties who want to promote critical theory, start a political party and campaign on that, and let's see if you get the votes to do that, because that's what it depends on. Anyway, that's my presentation. I probably went a little overboard.
Golden, Stephen.
If there's time, I'm
especially that last bit. If you want to promote critical theory, start a party instead of teaching it to kids. Really valuable insights. There are some questions in the chat, and you kind of touched on a couple of them. We're running. We're not terribly running off track in terms of time, but we don't quite have time to dive into those questions. I'd love to explore them more with you at another point, and maybe Melanie and I and us can get together and have that conversation, and we can put that up on our channel.
Sure.
Is there a place where people can find your work?
If you, well, probably the easiest way. My name is Stephen Reich, R-E-I-C-H. If you Google Stephen Reich critical theory, you'll come across it. I have a number of articles that I've submitted to journals that are either under peer review or I'm waiting for peer review. I have a few articles that I've posted just to open source that are not yet ready in their final form for peer review. I've really just started this journey. I just finished my MA in education, and now I'm heading toward the PhD, where I want to really look at what ed schools are doing. So, I hope to produce more, and certainly if people are interested in having me come talk and educate in terms of, what I do know, and I'm very, honest about saying what I don't know and to bring other people in for that, then, maybe through you, they can get in touch with me as well.
Amazing. Thank you so much. I've very much enjoyed our previous conversation together, and I look forward to talking more, Stephen. There's things going on in the chat you might want to check out. Lots of thanks.
Sure.
And one of the questions is how are you surviving OISE? And I just can't let go without
Sure.
without putting that to you.
Well, there are. Listen, I mean, I'd be lying if I didn't say that there's a lot of people who feel shut down and that they can't really express how they feel because this has taken on almost a religious quality, right? I mean, I find that sometimes when I talk to people and I say, well, did you ever consider, like, you never used to talk about having an identity 10 years ago? Nobody did. No one in our generation did. We weren't concerned with identity. We didn't talk about it. And they insist that we did. And they insist that how important it is. And to me, it reminds me very much of having a discussion with, someone who, now I'm an atheist, who believes in God, and that, some people are willing to have that conversation, that tension. I come from a tradition, the Jewish tradition, where you're allowed to question and wrestle with that question and ask a religious person, is there a God? Does God exist? Let me prove to you that God does not exist. They'll prove to me that God does exist. But in the Christian tradition, and certainly the Muslim tradition, you don't do that. And you're not really supposed to do that. And so I feel that this has taken over. I think that as society has become more secular, this somehow has given people meaning, that people feel a real sense of meaning around joining this critical theory idea for utopia. I think that the words that they use that are they're like prayers. The land acknowledgements is almost like the Lord's Prayer that we used to say in the morning. So, a lot of people in OISE are either true believers or they understand well enough that they may be excommunicated if they, go against what the religion says. But there are a few people that don't. And I find that I always, as you mentioned, Shannon, I ask the question when people say things like, well, when I walk into my classroom, I only use critical pedagogy. And I'll say, okay, well, let's operationalize that. So you walk in, you see a typical Canadian classroom, kids of all different backgrounds or whatever. How do you know what their background is? Like based on their skin color? Like, how do you know if someone's from Jamaica, Somalia, Ethiopia, Nigeria, all different places with their own cultures and languages and religions and histories and whatever? How do you know? And how do you know that they even have an affinity to it? Maybe they're fourth generation Canadians. They're completely assimilated. They have no ties to their culture. People get mad, and I just smile. I say, listen, I'm asking, and we should ask. But I think that's the way. Ask questions. Ask how to operationalize things. I think, and do it with a smile. Some people want to be fighters or whatever. I like to say I'm a lover, not a fighter. So I love all people, and I hope that people come around to realizing that there are serious problems with critical theory in our education system, and particularly to do with identity.
Thanks so much again, Stephen. Have a great afternoon.
Thank you. Take care.
Is this better? Can you hear
Look
me
at
okay?
look at your beautiful studio.
I didn't blur mine. What are you hiding behind there?
Well, I'm kind of in I have my usual podcast background,
Oh, okay.
but it's a bit cluttered, and yes, I am hiding.
I'm just teasing you.
Nice to see you again.
Yeah, I know. I'm still reeling off of like meeting you guys and so many people in Ottawa. When was that? Like 6 weeks ago? 2
Yeah,
months ago?
about that. Yeah, we'll go back.
Yeah.
What are we now? May, end of March?
Oh yeah.
Was it
Yeah,
that long
yeah.
ago? Yeah.
Yeah, no, it was really awesome. For those who don't know, Shannon invited me to go to like this club. So we got this like really neat experience. Not a dance club.
We brought a bunch of people to the Rideau Club, which is Canada's oldest private members club, and it sounds a lot fancier than it is these days. Confederation was drafted by members of the Rideau Club at the club in Ottawa, and it's moved more to social, and there's a bunch of kind of local entrepreneurs that are members, and it's not like joining a $300,000 a year golf club or anything like that. It's
No, but it was an interesting evening to say the least. So ran into interesting people there.
indeed. Well, we bumped into
Yeah.
Blaine Higgs at the end of the night.
Yeah, I ended up having like a meeting with him the following day, which was really, really quite something. I will give him credit what he's doing to raise awareness with what's happening in New Brunswick. I don't know if you've been following.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I like the stance he's taken. Well, he was one of the first one out of the gate to kind of address some of the issues provincial wise. And yeah, just his strong words and the actions he's taken even over what happened in New Brunswick just this last week. So I'm gonna breach on it a little bit, but so do you want me to get started into the presentation?
And I think you already have privilege to share screen if you want to share your screen.
Yeah.
I'm trying to figure out that Stephen is still like showing as an avatar here for me. And
Can you boot him out?
Well,
No, I'm
it said that I would. Oh, there he is.
Boot me out.
He might have to leave and then rejoin
Yeah.
as not a panelist.
Oh, can you just remove me as panelist or no? If not,
I don't
I'll
know.
leave
Oh,
and rejoin.
there we go. That's the ticket. Okay. Thanks everybody. Okay, there we go. Okay, there we
There
are.
you go. He had some really good information. I'm gonna want to get a hold of him later on. So
Yeah.
yeah.
So you're welcome to share the screen. I will give you the floor. And why don't you tell us a bit about yourself, Nadine, before you launch into your presentation?
Yeah,
share
I'm
with
going to do a
viewers.
bit of an intro so people understand why I'm speaking to what I'm speaking and where the authority to speak on it comes from as well. And not saying that I'm authoritarian, but you'll understand a little bit. I have some background information, some background training, professional training, and I've been bringing light to a lot of things. So I'll kind of get going on that, I guess. So grew up in the East Coast, live in Saskatchewan. I worked as an RCMP officer, so I was a police officer for about 7 years. I speak openly about this, so this is not going to be new information. I was a victim of sexual abuse as a child, and my offender got arrested, convicted, and went to jail. And that kind of shaped a little bit some of my career direction. I became a police officer for the specific purpose of wanting to help victims of childhood sexual abuse. And because of that, I took specific training to go in that direction. I wanted to work in the ICE unit, which is the Internet Child Exploitation Unit. In the RCMP, if you want to work with victims of childhood sexual abuse, that's basically the only unit you can do that. So with that specific training that I took, I had training on how to profile child sex offenders. So those would be considered pedophiles, also child sex offenders that aren't necessarily pedophiles. I won't get into the details of that, but some people offend not because they have the attraction, they offend just because they're vulnerable they don't have limits as to who their victims are, just anyone who's vulnerable that they can overpower. So, but yeah, so I'm going to call them child sex offenders because they're who are a risk for children. So, and that term seems to be taken much better with algorithms than pedophile. So yeah, so I had specific training with that. Unfortunately, I had a medical condition that confined me to a wheelchair. I just started fainting all the time. So it took away my career as a police officer. I'm cured now, but at the time we couldn't really figure it out. And that's going to lead me into what I do now. So not a police officer anymore. During COVID, and I'm not going to go into the COVID discussion because it's a very divisive discussion, but I will get into how our group was formed and how we came to fighting for parental rights. So during COVID, my daughter did not handle it very well, what was happening in the school. She was diagnosed with OCD and anxiety before COVID. So you can just imagine what environment did for her. By the end of the school year, the first COVID school year, at 11 years old, she was deemed medium to high risk for suicide. And as a parent, getting that assessment or that call and being asked, do you have guns in the house? Are you going to consider locking the knives and stuff? It's a surreal discussion that you start reevaluating. Okay, what are you fighting for? What are you going to do to protect your child? How are you going to make your child's environment better? So that summer, she seemed to get better. And then it appeared that they weren't going to be bringing anything back into the school when it comes to COVID mandates. And the week before school started, there was whispers of everything coming back. And a lady on the town page where I live posted, when's the next school board meeting? And at this point, my husband's a doctor. And we all know anyone who speaks against the narrative, especially in the medical field, gets right away targeted. But we had decided this was it. Our daughter was worth the risk of us losing everything. So yeah, we decided we're going to do a presentation in front of the school board. So I reached out to this mom. I said, hey, my husband's willing to speak out. Do you want to come meet at our house? We have a pretty big house. I figure we could fit like 20 people if that many would be willing to come. And we live on a farm. So it's kind of isolated. Giving directions to our place is a little bit different. So I'm like, you know what? I'm just going to start a Facebook group. I'll put directions to my house in there. Any parents who reach out to you, just add them into the group. And in 24 hours, that Facebook group grew to 850 parents in our school division alone.
Wow.
And then from there, it grew by Saturday. So I erased my address. We ended up renting a hall. So this was Wednesday. Saturday was the town hall meeting. By then we had grown to 2,500 within our school division, and about 250 parents showed up. And then we created a board out of that. It was so important that we become credible very fast because we didn't want to be accused of taking money for the hall and things like that. So we created a nonprofit organization, which was actually called Grassroots Concerned Parents at the time. And then we did a presentation in front of the school board. We're very specific about the messaging. We recognize, even though we have big feelings and big issue, it needs to be received in order to be able to influence change. So we didn't focus on COVID. We focused on the effects these mandates were having on kids. Anyways, it was shared even by elected official, our presentation. It was very well received by the board. And we had prepared these binders and got parents and children to write letters to the board. We had about 150 letters. So we had very active participants as well. And we presented that binder to the board so they could see really how it was affecting the kids. It spurred survey with the kids as well. We said, you're not getting a grasp of how it's affecting them. One of the demands we wanted, it was to actually survey the children, which they did, which some of the stats were phenomenal that came out of that. One of them was that only 10% of the children in school had an adult in the school that they trust. So that was a really low level. So it kind of spurred some actions at the school board level. From there, we kind of became the hub. Anyone who who were against some of the stuff that was happening in the schools. Provincially, the vaccine mandate was starting to come about. So we became the hub for all the doctors and nurses. And then kind of everyone came to us to say, what can we do? So we ended up creating groups within professions to kind of give them a voice together. And I'm telling you this because this can be applied in your province as well, if you're watching, on how to bring people together. So we weren't the answer to everyone, but we empowered people to become the answers to their own problems. So we gave them a place to kind of come together, to come together within their group. So we had one for teachers. So we have 450 teachers in a group within our organization. And we had some for doctors, some for firefighters, police officers, every profession. We created a group. We had 40 different groups, and we just started kind of anyone who reached out to us, putting them in there.
Wow.
And then with that, COVID kind of came and gone, although we're still feeling effects of what happened. We then were kind of seen as the organization not afraid to go against the grain, not afraid to talk about the hard issues that everyone's afraid to talk about. So it was just natural when COVID came, we started realizing, hey, a lot of stuff is kind of infiltrated into schools like overnight.
Yeah.
Where is this coming from? So we started doing some digging, and then we started raising awareness to what was happening in Saskatchewan in our schools. So a lot of that is just going on your school board's website and searching gender, and then you'll see what their policy is on that. And we were very much involved in bringing light. And I always thought, and I'm going to tell you this because a lot of people watching will probably think that, oh, I don't need to do that because someone's obviously doing that research. Someone's obviously looking into these things. But the fact of the matter is, not very many people do. How many people have read the Education Act in your province and gone through it and saw what parental authority is, what school board authority is, things like that? So we actually went digging, dumbed it down at a level that anyone can understand. And then we did campaigns. And so if you follow Unified Grassroots, what we've done, we really worked on swaying public opinion to start demanding changes. So, and educating the public on where this was coming in. So a lot of people are really uninformed. They know it's in the school, but they don't know how it got there. So it's really hard to figure out where to focus your activism or your efforts when you don't even know where it came from. So that's part of what we did as an organization. So we educated. So for example, the gender pronouns policies. A lot of people think, oh, that was coming in at the provincial level. No, it wasn't. It wasn't even at the school board level. So you had activists, special interest group, activist groups approach school staff, approach unions, approach school boards, do presentation in front of the school board. But the biggest place, they really focus on school administration. So I'll kind of give you a small glimpse. You have school boards. Actually, I'll share my screen here because I think it's important for people to understand this.
I'll give you the floor here, Nadine,
here.
And let you go through your presentation.
Let me do it this way. Here. Does that work?
Perfect.
Do they still see me, or they just see the screen?
I see you. I see.
Okay.
I believe I see you as everybody else sees you.
Okay.
So
okay.
This is
so just
great.
You see the screen too.
Yep.
So I'm going to talk about Saskatchewan, but each province will have the similar structure. So in Saskatchewan, you have 27 school board. You have their boss, I guess, is the provincial government, which is the Ministry of Education, the Saskatchewan Education Act. And they also report sort of to the School Board Association. So we call them the SSBA in Saskatchewan, which basically it's who insures the school boards, and it's also who trains the school board as to what their authority is, how to conduct school board meetings, all of that. If they have issues or they're unsure about things, they go to the SSBA. And then under the school board, you'll have the school administration, which would be, there'd be called like the school division. So you'd have the director of education, HR, kind of everyone who kind of runs all the schools, but it's the administration level. And then under that, you'll have school staff union, kind of at the same level, school staff very much influenced by unions as well. And underneath that, you would have school community council. So basically each schools in your area usually has a board. Usually school community council do fundraising for like the parks or little events that the school have. So they don't usually have like a super huge voice, but in Saskatchewan right now, they do have a bigger voice because in the new legislation, the school community council is where the government's going to get a voice of the parents. So we're really encourage people to join there. So I'm giving you this structure so you understand a little bit where special interest groups have influence. So they very much focus their activists to join the school community council. They do a lot of presentation with the school staff unions. They'll offer free resources, free training. Basically, they'll really support school staff with materials and stuff. They'll also do presentation in front of the school administration, presentation in front of the school boards, and they also influence the school board association, basically their boss. They can influence as well the provincial government. You'll see that a lot. They run attack ads when the provincial government starts doing good work, in my opinion, but they have a lot of influence versus we who don't necessarily agree with the gender ideology or the critical race theory, basically the woke ideology. We don't have access to as much as they do. So we have access to determine who the next provincial government's going to be. We can elect new school board trustees. We can really get involved there and at the school community council. Now, I'm using terms like woke ideology, left, right. Again, some people will fall in the left and right situation where they might still be against the school. So please, I'm just generalizing it. So please don't get offended by that. It's just easier than to go into every specific scenario. So one of the things that we've noticed is a lot of the stuff that was coming in was at the school administration and school staff level. So, and they were working in partnership with the school board association to take some of the authority away from the school boards. I'll give you a perfect example of that. In the Saskatchewan Education Act, it says that school boards, trustees get to choose which books get implemented in the library. It's actually in the Saskatchewan Education Act. They're supposed to go through the list of books and approve which ones get added into the school. Now, a lot of books are being pressured to get put into the schools. They come in at the school administration level. They will work directly with school librarians and as well with the SSBA, so the School Board Association, to try to get these books in. And you can do activism, you can do presentation in front of the school board and say you don't want this, and they'll say, well, this is out of our wheelhouse. We don't have the authority to do that. And we're reminding them actually what it says in the Saskatchewan Education Act. However, all confused, they go back to the SSBA and say, it says we can approve and deny, but then the SSBA say, no, that's a school administration matter. We noticed a lot with COVID as well. This is out of our hands. This is an administration matter. So part of it, what we're doing at the time is trying to educate the school board as to what their authority are, kind of holding them accountable to that and getting them to make decision. We were a bit effective in ours in recognizing them recognizing that during COVID. So we're just trying to influence that even more. Now I'm telling you about the structure so that you know where to focus on, but I'm going to go back a little bit on building an entity that can combat and focus on that in a similar fashion that Unified Grassroots has. So right now our group we probably have about 80,000 members and followers, and most of those are in the province of Saskatchewan. Like I said, we started within professional groups, but we grew our influence a little bit more in the sense that we have a very big media presence, not as in mainstream media. We've created our own media presence. We've tackled a lot of the issues. We've broke a lot of stories. But because of that, we kind of grew really big. So when we do a campaign, we're very, very effective. We also are very strategic in what we do. And if some groups could really maybe even try following us to see what we're doing, because it's been, and I'm not trying to say that to brag, I'm just saying that because we've been very strategic in our approach. So swaying public opinion is the biggest thing. You want to sway the provincial government, you need to get public opinion on your side and demanding change. So we did that a lot with the campaigns we did. If you haven't watched our video exposing Planned Parenthood and third-party organization, actually, I'm going to add it in the chat. I'm going to unshare this screen here for a minute, and I'm going to add that video in the chat. Now, don't go and watch it right now, but watch it later on. So we did this video basically that exposed a lot of the sexualization of children that was happening in the school. And I brought in my background experience and professional knowledge. Oh, perfect. She added it too, into this video. So it's not insinuation. This is what I was trained on when I was trained to profile sex offenders. I was trained on where does the pedophile activism come in and what will it look like. So anyways, we exposed that. A week later, all of these third-party organizations were banned from Saskatchewan schools. So, sorry, I shared it, I guess, to just the panelists. Someone else share it if you can, so I can keep focusing. I'm trying to keep this short.
We'll make sure we get
But
on
anyway,
that for you.
You'll okay, perfect. Because yeah, it just made me share it to host and panelists. So you and I share it, Shannon. So, but basically a week later, they were all banned from schools. And I don't know if you've been following, we had an incident in Lumsden, Saskatchewan, which I allude to a little bit, but there was more than that incident. Because we're the hub of what you can't talk about, we were hearing about all these different stories that was happening in Saskatchewan. So when the news broke that they were banning them, we also created support for the elected officials when they're doing the right thing. So we tend to want to complain a lot, especially when they don't do everything we want them to do. But we ended up really creating a public support. So they came out with the new change. We showed them, the public, why it was necessary. So we started releasing stories after stories of things that was happening in the schools all throughout Saskatchewan. And then it created an environment where the more they attacked Premier Moe, the more people started defending him. So when I say activism it's more than just screaming what you're angry about. It's being very strategic in your approach, very much engaging your elected officials, and not engaging them as in sending a mean email. Build relationship with them. And that's what we foster a lot with our organization. Join boards for your like I believe in Ontario you guys have MPPs. How many of you watching are actually on your MPP's board? So you want to influence your elected officials, get close to them, build relationship with them, help support them when they're going in the right direction. So again, I'm telling you how we grew. If you can recreate that in Ontario or Manitoba or BC, whoever's watching, I highly recommend you do, because once you have a big force of people coming together, it becomes very influential in the sense it's hard to ignore. When you have like 80,000 members out of a province of 1.2 million, that's a big chunk of people to activate. And elected officials know that a lot of people feel a certain way. So I would say try to create communities and look, we have groups all over Ontario, all over New Brunswick, and sometimes the hard part is getting them to come together for a specific cause. So what I would say is create an entity that have the common goal, and then kind of unite all of these groups together. Now, another thing you're going to see, we happen on the right to have a lot of infighting in almost everything. We've seen it with the Million Person March. We've seen it with pretty much every movement that has come from the right. And it's because we believe in individualism over collectivism. So, and it's our downfall. But if you can create something that has like a common goal, common mission, common vision that people can get behind, usually it'll be a lot easier. And if there is attacks from certain people that might not want to join, just don't feed into that. Don't feed into the division. Just keep doing your purpose and your mission, and eventually your success will speak for itself. Like I've had my fair share of attacks, name calling, people trying to to undermine what we're doing. We just never feed into it. We never pay attention to it. We just keep focusing on what we're focusing on. And we've learned that it's become very effective over time. So I'm just gonna see if I'm missing anything. Again, what we're facing is not just little. The people, the special interest groups that are pushing this ideology are very effective, very organized, and they have a lot of money backing them. So because they have not only government funded money, because they get a lot of grants from the government, they also have the backing of most of the union. It's not a secret that the union's very left leaning, pushing this kind of stuff. And they have access to a lot. And they really, really activate, especially when you have people like us starting to speak up, starting to gain influence. They really, really activate to try to silence, cancel, discredit anyone who speaks up. And I'm sure, Shannon, you faced some of that, and a lot of our listeners and viewers probably as well. You just got to keep going. And like, if you look this week, there was a smear attempt on our organization. Again, they got wind of these town halls that we're doing to try to encourage people to get involved. Don't feed into it. Don't silence yourself. Just keep going. Just consider, sorry, I have fruit flies in my house. Just keep going, because every time they talk about you, other people will hear about what you're doing and they'll join your organization. Don't even fight back. Don't even clap back. If they're lying about you, I would say, yes, put the truth out there, but at the same time, just keep going. Now, I'm going to tell you my last thing that we've been focusing on. Now that we know where the head of the snake is, we know where our energy needs to be spent. So our organization has been really involved at educating the public on democratic processes within our province. But this, what I'm going to talk to you about, will apply to Ontario, will apply to New Brunswick, will apply to BC. So, like I mentioned earlier, all of your elected officials have boards. So federally, it's called electoral district boards. So your MP has a board, have about 30 members. Some of you might be on there. If you're not, I would start looking towards potentially joining that board. They meet every 6 weeks to 2 months, and that's an opportunity for you to sit with your MP and have discussions on your concern. You can also put policy forward to go to national to be approved in what would be the convention. So it becomes a priority policy for the party. And you can go with any party. Maybe in your area, it'll be the Liberal Party. Join the Liberal Party if that's where you can get the most influence. So our organization is nonpartisan. However, we do have a set of values that we stand by. It's a little bit harder to join the NDP when our values goes completely against it. But if that's your only option, I would say get on their board. Feed them the other side. Feed them maybe the questions that would make them wake up a little bit. Okay, maybe that's not better for them. So join EDA boards. For MPs or MPPs, in our province, it's MLA, Member of Legislative Assembly. MPP is Member of Parliamentary. I don't know. What does MPP stand for in Ontario?
Member of Provincial Parliament.
Provincial Parliament. Okay. So depending on your province, it'll be called something. They all have a constituency association. Join it. Get involved. Get on that board. So that's one of the things we teach. Now, the last thing I'm going to teach. The school board needs to take back their authority. Right now, it's being stolen from them by, again, board association, school administration. They are coming up against directors, superintendent that's telling them, this is not your authority, this is not your wheelhouse, stay out of our wheelhouse. That needs to change. So how you change that is you get a lot of people to run for school board who understands what their authority is based on the Education Act. So in Saskatchewan, we're hoping we have 27 school board, about 8 to 10 school board trustees per school board. So we're identifying the problematic woke activists in each school board and focusing really on replacing those. So we're hoping to run 100 school board trustees. And I say we are hoping to run. It's not going to be our organization that's going to do it. We are going to try to empower the regular everyday people to run. And then we're not sure what kind of support we're going to do. It might just be bringing in expertise to train them on how to campaign. It might be helping them with resources on how to get a political page started for their campaign. It might be connecting them with a business that will do lawn signs for free, so, or not free, for a low cost, things like that. So our goal is 100 school board trustees. We have an election coming up in the fall. So we also are focusing on helping civic candidates. So a lot of this stuff, you're seeing it come at the city level as well. So we're encouraging people to run for city council, mayor, all of that. And then at the provincial level, we have a lot of positions up for grabs right now. So we had 19 positions up for grabs with the current party in power. So Sask Party is the current party in power. So, and we also encourage, I'm not saying who to vote for, but if you want to have the biggest influence, if you're focusing on the party that's currently in power, or most likely to be in power in the next election, your sphere of influence increases way more. So we have some of our people, and like, it's not me again, we're just encouraging regular, everyday people with our values to step up to the plate and run. So we have some of our people that have actually run in the nomination race to be on the ballot for Sask Party in the next election. So in Saskatchewan, we have 21 spots open out of 61 seats. So even if a few, maybe 5, 6, 7 of our candidates get in, that becomes a very influential voice in the legislature to bring, again, it doesn't take a lot of work. Nomination election. And I'm going to give you guys this example just so you grasp how easy it is and how little time it would take to activate the grassroots. At the federal level, in nomination, okay, I'm going to back up. Some of you might not know this. Some of you think that the party just chooses the candidate to be on the ballot, but that's not actually the case. Normally, when a spot is opening up, you have 1, 2, 3 people run for the nomination. So they basically have an internal election within the party to decide who the next candidate's going to be on the ballot at the election. So this is federal, provincial. You're seeing some of them happening right now with the Conservative Party. You're seeing them happening right now with Saskatchewan. And I'm going to compare it to the US because that'll give us a glimpse of where we fail. These nomination elections that are happening all over Canada are called primaries in the US. In the US, primaries election, 40% of the population vote in those. In Canada, less than 1%. Sometimes less than 0.1% people show up to vote. So sometimes in your riding, about 100 to 200 people decide who's going to be the next MP or MLA. So if you can really organize the grassroots people, sometimes you might only need 100 people to show up at this election, and that will determine who the next candidate elected official is going to be. And I'm telling you this because we always complain that it's like an old boys club, and I'm not saying this in a gender sense. It's just that term, it's old boys club. It's whoever knows the person, that's who gets elected. It's kind of always friends of the current candidate. It's always like really tight-knit community. Well, because they're the ones who know when to show up. So we're trying to kind of empower, people to show up at these elections. And it's been extremely effective in Saskatchewan. So that we call it democratic education. So you want to influence change, activate people to show up at those elections, activate people to run for school board trustee, and activate a team to help them. So a lot of people don't even know what it entails to run for school board. How much work is it? Does it pay? So we actually educate people, like, just so you know, there is a pay for running for school board. It's in Saskatchewan, I think it's close to like 1,900 a month. And you have maybe one meeting a month, but you have other work that you do. So things like that, some people might have thought is completely voluntary. So there's actually a paid position. You get paid for your miles. You get paid if you go for training. So if it's going to take away time from your other job, you'll know you get compensation. So those are the types of things that we talk about. How do you apply for the position? We show them where to get the forms, what the forms look like. Sometimes they always need someone to nominate them. So they need 10 signatures, I believe. I might be wrong on that data. So Election Saskatchewan, please don't come after me. I don't have it in front of me, but some of our team, once somebody says, I'm interested, all that information will go towards them to empower them and to take that kind of fear away. A lot of people are intimidated because they just don't know the process. So we're hoping to do that, take that fear away, empower them to run. So that's at the school board level. Now, why will this be very effective? We believe it will because we are going to provide the training to those trustees as to what their authority is. So when they go back to those board meetings and someone from the school administration says, this is an administrative matter, it's out of your wheelhouse, they're going to be, no, actually it is within our wheelhouse. Hear what it says in the Saskatchewan Education Act. So we're going to empower them to run. We're going to educate them as to what their authority is. And hopefully when we get majority school board trustees, we're also going to influence the school board association. Like I showed you guys, the ensuring body of the school board, hopefully so that they get elected by the trustees. So if we can get more people to become trustees, then we can also help change the school board association to be more representative of the people. Now, some people would say, well, you're just doing what the left has been doing and trying to influence that way. See, the reason we're in this mess is because we didn't step up to the plate on our side. The left has been doing this for a really long time, and they've taken over all of these boards, all of these entities, and now we have a big structure that does not represent the people. We need to change that. So I'm not saying take every position. We do need people from both sides so we don't get stuck in our own bias and go to the extreme from the other side. We need to make sure the pendulum doesn't swing too far either. But what we're saying is it should be a reflection of the general public. And it hasn't been, because unfortunately our side hasn't been informed or involved. And I'm not saying that to point the finger and say, it's your fault, but at the same time, it's my fault too. I didn't know this stuff. I wasn't involved. I didn't show up when I should have showed up. So that's where I think we can talk about the problems for hours and hours. And I'm sure that most of the panelists, that they want to inform you as to the issues. And we need that too, because we need the general public woken up. But my presentation is more, okay, now that you're aware, where can you influence change? And I'm hoping that I made that a little bit clearer. And again, I'm going to give just a couple more little tips. Is the cause should be more important than one individual. So there will be a lot of infighting, but just go back to the cause and what we want to accomplish. Don't feed into the infighting. Just remind, what are we doing this for? And you'll see it'll naturally grow and it'll naturally progress to change happening. When you don't even feed into the infighting, like I don't know what the mapping or how it is in other provinces. I just know in Saskatchewan that happens a lot. We even though we've grown and we're province wide, I'm not going to say there hasn't been attacks. You just don't feed into it. These fruit flies are really, really annoying.
We can't see them. It's okay.
Okay, well, they keep flying into my face. So, but with that being said, stick to the cause. And everyone's going to have their own ideas as to what's going to be more effective. Celebrate all of them. Each way of trying to influence for positive change is great. Each type of influence, if you want to protest every school board meeting outside, if that's your thing, if that's where you think you're going to influence change, go ahead. Don't put people like that down. Just celebrate that people are trying to influence change. So, and recognize that each group have their own purpose, and just keep pushing along with what you guys are wanting to try to do. That's all I'm going to say. I'm not saying that anyone who's doing anything different than our organization is wrong. I do think there's a benefit to influencing or trying to influence at all levels. So, but yeah, I hope I gave enough information. If there's any questions, Shannon, or if anyone has question, I'm willing to open them. There's nothing that's off. Anything. I'm an open
just
book.
a reminder, everybody, at the bottom of your screen, there's a Q&A button, and you're welcome to drop some questions in there. I'm watching the chat. It's been more active than it has been all day, Nadine. You know, like, this is really inspiring to all of us. If I'm going to speak for our guests here today and the people watching this is really important. You've done something I think is unique, as far as I can tell, in Canada, in terms of the organizational scale that you've been able to you know, activate. And we're talking in Ontario and BC and elsewhere. We've got a couple of years to build up for our school board elections. We're thinking about mobilizing these things now, and I'm thankful that we're going to put this on our YouTube channel. I'm going to watch it again a few times because you know that you've laid out a good roadmap here for getting involved, affecting change, you know, connecting those different groups and creating the opportunities for people. Yeah.
And I just want to say too, like, we're not the answer to everything, but if you can empower each group within their community to have better messaging, to have greater reach, to have more influence, and by showing what has worked, then we could technically do everything for everyone, but we realize that principle, give man a fish, he'll eat for a day, teach a man to fish, he'll eat for a lifetime. We really live by that principle of just empowering people. But if you guys want help too, like, we have no qualms. Like, especially after this next election, we're going to have a lot of free time. So we're willing to maybe even help with the structure, anyone who's trying to build in other provinces. But like, just to give you an idea, I just went to San Francisco last week, and it was to learn about the possibility of what AI can bring into activism. And it was a conservative conference. And I know I'm going to say AI, everyone's going to be like, oh no, the Antichrist. And because I used to think that until I realized it's just a massive data processing computer. It doesn't actually create intelligent. You just have to train it for what you want. But even just like right now, we have a system that's being built on where if we want to help people run campaigns and help with their messaging, right now we have it where we can get them to fill out a questionnaire and they give it back to us, and we give them an entire campaign based on their values, based on their type of writing, emails to send out, fundraising to send out, posters ideas, slogan ideas. Like, I don't think people realize we're going to be facing an entire new world in the next few years. And yeah, someone said AI isn't able to generate relevance and meaning. Actually, I would disagree with that in a sense, because I've had it actually do exactly that. You just have to prompt it the proper way. It can go back and search so many things, but yeah. So I'm not saying don't that everything about AI is wonderful. I have my concerns about a lot of things about it. There will be issues that will come up, I know for sure, but we're hoping to incorporate that too, just to help with the minute stuff that takes so much time, so that we can focus more one-on-one personal human interaction, so we're not wasting time on some of the smaller stuff. But yeah, so we're willing to help too. We're going to be focusing on Saskatchewan, potentially New Brunswick too. There's been talks of helping there as well. So I'm originally from New Brunswick, so that's kind of a bonus and a benefit. And I do speak French from New Brunswick too. So, but yeah.
There's two things I have, Nadine, before we segue into our grassroots panel. First has to do with New Brunswick. Did you catch Brent Ingersoll's open letter to Premier Higgs from Thursday?
No.
So he's a pastor in New Brunswick, and you alluded earlier to the events that have happened there in the last couple of days. Well, Pastor Ingersoll put up this open letter. It was posted on Facebook, and when I checked, he has like in 48 hours 1,300 shares.
Wow.
Of this letter, and it was part of what I think triggered the awareness with Premier Higgs. His name again is Brent Ingersoll. Soll is the name, spelling of his last name, and I guess it's his page for his church, and a very, very well written letter. And it strikes me that a flashpoint like that he's been able to generate. And I spoke with an advisor to Blaine Higgs last night briefly. We're back and forth by text, and we're going to connect either later today or tomorrow. But he's kind of got a flashpoint there and an opportunity to reach people, on a hot topic. And the advisor to Higgs said that this is all over New Brunswick. People are just outraged about what happened. For those of you who don't know, there was an outside organization that came into the school called something about the thirst for the questions or something, a thirst for the talk. So they were an outside influencer. The initial reports were that they were in giving so-called mandatory presentations from grade 6 to grade 12 in at least 4 different schools. And when you go to their website, I mean, the front page of the website is, there's sort of a rolling graphic, and one of them there's a flash of bondage gear, and like this is completely outside of the curriculum on sex education and health. And this is what led Premier Higgs to say this organization's never getting into a New Brunswick school again. Second thing, sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say, I actually tried to do some digging into that organization to see if it was linked to the ones that I exposed, to see if the same key players are involved. They are very Loctite. There is not much information as to who they are. And I'm curious as to how they even got access into the schools, considering how little footprint that they have. But it wouldn't shock me if it was the same key players. It's the same type of education. It's the same type of perversion trying to come into the school that we exposed. But yeah, I have to say, though, I was impressed with Premier Higgs on how he approached this subject and how real and authentic he was. Like when he said, I'm furious, to say the least. And finally, you have elected officials that are calling it out for what it is. And he's saying, let me know what you think. He's trying to engage the parents, the people right on the ground that are outraged over this. And I think it's political genius, political strategy. And so I will give him that. He's really jumping on this. And hopefully, if you guys are listening, go and support those efforts. If there's people saying, oh no, they should have access, they shouldn't ban third-party organization from school, post the video I made. You can't watch that video and not see the problem. And it's not insinuation. Again, it comes from my professional training as to why we don't want these things in schools. So, and it's not attacking. It comes from a compassionate side too. Like, I know what it's like to be sexualized as an early age. I know what kind of damage it does. I've lived it. And so yeah, support them when they go in the right direction. They're going to get attacked by media. If they get attacked by media, go in the comments. Like hundreds of people going in the comments, defending them and supporting them will make media realize, okay, we don't have the public on this. It'll counter that brainwashing that they're trying to do on the entire public. We did that during COVID. Like we did that with the parental rights legislation. We have a lot of members. We said, go support the good change. Go in the comments, because you'd be surprised how many people will read an article and then will read the comments to try to decide what position they're going to take on this. So if you have hundreds of people who are willing to back them up, activate them. And that will have way more influence than you showing up at a school board meeting outside protesting with your sign. You could have more effective change by doing 10 comments a day on news article attacking the government when they do the right thing. So, but yeah, sorry, I cut you off because I just want people to be equipped with how to influence that change more. Sorry.
Fantastic. Well, the second piece I wanted to touch on was the AI piece, and this might be useful for you, Nadine. I don't know if we talked about it when you were in Ottawa. I have spent the last year using a large language model, an AI that was specifically designed to analyze public opinion for elections. And I have the ability to drill down into areas of Canada, either provincially. I can drill into the GTA, for example. It has more robust tools where we can go basically riding by riding during an election period. And we can also do something called message testing. So message testing is, how does the public feel about this idea? And the AI will go out and scrape social media, sometimes millions of posts, and say, this is how people are reacting to that. And it can help to craft the message that is most effective. We found that when we were using this tool, that parents' rights, as a phrase, a year ago this time, we really ramped up with the parents' rights stuff middle of last summer, as we were approaching for the September 20th. The parents' rights was actually for a while captured by the left as a dirty phrase. And they missed the boat on that because they didn't know. And they've actually backed away from parents' rights, say we don't want to touch parents' rights anymore because they perceived it as being much more in our favor. And now that they've walked away from it, it is. So this is a very interesting tool. I'm happy to talk to you about it a bit more at some point and share some of that stuff. And show you what queries look like and things like that. So sure. I've brought our duty up. I'm going to bring up our grassroots panel. And Nadine, where do people? We posted a link in the chat. Where a couple of quick places. I saw your Twitter profile or handle come up. People have been sharing that to let other people know. But for people watching after the fact, how do we find you?
Yeah, so if you'll find me on all social media platform, me personally, Nadine G. Ness. So Nadine G is in golf, Ness, Ness. So on Twitter, Facebook, YouTube, Instagram, although I haven't quite mastered Instagram yet. So it's for the younger generation. I think I'm getting there. But anyways, that's for me personally. Our organization, Unified Grassroots, has a website, www.unifiedgrassroots.com. Be patient with us. We just launched our website yesterday. We're still having kinks. So if some of you were on our old website and you try to go on, it's going to say you can't get through. So you just got to delete your browser history and you'll get through. So unifiedgrassroots.com. We're also on Facebook, Unified Grassroots. So if you search Unified Grassroots, we have a private group and a public page. We post on both. The private and public page. We just can't switch the private to public. It was when I started it, I thought I was sharing my address kind of type thing. So, but anyway, so you can find us there. And I'm just going to ask if it's okay if you give me 30 seconds. I saw one question that was really important by someone in the chat. If you're okay if I ask it, he or I answer it. He asked, would you start a party where all your candidates can be identified with your organization. And we are not going to do that because we've seen what media has done in the past. They will look for the candidate that's the more extreme and crazy, and they will paint all of them that way, and they will target it and use that as a counter campaign. We're not going to control our people. We're not going to say this is your set what you can do. We're just empowering the people. So some people may agree or disagree. We just know what the media does, and they are a very big machine. So we're hoping our candidates will just run because they will be and will win because they'll be equipped with how to campaign properly and how to put out the message that they want to put out. So I hope it's okay if I just answered that question, because I think it'll be way more effective in the long run. Just support them in running really good campaigns that can win. And then you just help support them once they're in there. So it gives them, it takes away a target. They don't have a target to hit if we do it that way. Yeah.
Great advice.
I hope that's good. Okay. Thank you.
Jam-packed, Nadine. Thank you so much. I'm going to be in Saskatchewan in 3.5 weeks.
Oh, get a hold of me. Well, you have my
yes.
cell.
Yeah,
Text
we'll reach
me.
out.
We'll meet up.
Yep. Sounds great.
Okay.
I look forward to it. Okay.
I'll let you go.
Take
See ya.
care.
Okay, bye.
Okay, I'm gonna bring up Kelly Lynn as well. Our duty. Do you want to? You're welcome to share the screen and start with your presentation. If you want to start there, we have Melanie Bennett on our panel also, and Kelly Lynn. I'm going to send you a click on link so you can come up and join us. And all right, here comes Kelly Lynn. All right, our duty. Do you want to take the floor first?
Yeah, sure. Thank you, Shannon. Okay, so you're going to see the back end of this first, very quickly, and then we shall begin. Okay, so I am here today representing Our Duty Canada, and we are an international, we are a Canadian chapter of an international organization called Our Duty. There are also chapters in the US and in the UK, in Australia, and most recently in New Zealand. And we're a group of parents. I'm going to go through this pretty quickly, for time's sake. But I just wanted to say one thing. This is a novel. So when I say this, the mass transgender ideation, which is a term that we use, and I'll get into it, of our children is a novel situation. And so as parents experiencing these things with our kids firsthand, we are among the experts. So parents, don't think that you don't have any expert opinion or thoughts on this, because you do. And then we also have an ever-growing and robust body of evidence that we use and try to encourage others to use to try to push the needle politically in the education sphere and socially. Okay, and so who are we and what do we do? And I mentioned a little bit about that, but we are a support network for parents of children of any age experiencing transgender ideation. Everybody can hear me okay, yeah? Yep. Okay. Okay. And so it's important to note that just because a child turns 18, it doesn't mean that they're not susceptible to harm. So most of us have children struggling with distress around their sex, and grappling with the largely unrestricted social and medical options being presented to them in Canada. We believe that no child can consent to synthetic sex hormones and surgical procedures that may permanently damage their health and sexual function and fertility. And this includes puberty blockers, obviously. Yeah. yeah, we don't believe that the consent is there because these are experimental drugs and these are experimental surgeries being done on children and young people and vulnerable adults as well. Okay. My slide's a little slow, sorry about that. I'm not sure why it's not advancing. Hang on a sec. Okay, so now we're at this part. It says, we will do our part to end this, to help end this. But there were a few things in there, and I don't know why my slide didn't work properly. But we are also a group with a unique perspective based on two major strengths. And one of those strengths is that we actually parent these kids who have distress around their sex. So we know that level very well. And we also, many of us have been into the clinics and we've seen the process by which these our kids are being advanced down a pathway to, quote, gender affirming care. So that's one strength, is that we're right on the ground level of this and seeing how it actually plays out. And second, we are a group of, excuse me, parents with qualifications and with an invested, with much investment in finding the evidence and using that evidence to make some change. So we do have like mental health experts in our group. We have professors, we have legal people, we have a certain level of expertise and skill that allows us to help push this conversation forward. Okay, so I talked about transgender ideation. We are using that term instead of gender dysphoria, and we encourage others to use it as well. Gender dysphoria is like an activist manufactured term. So transgender ideation is the process by which an individual comes to contemplate or believe themselves to be transgender. This ideation involves the initial formation and the subsequent rumination on the notion that one's perceived sex differs from their sex. If not dismissed, these thoughts may become persistent, potentially leading to further psychological, social, and medical implications. And yeah, even the psychological is bad enough. There's a QR code and a URL at the bottom there if you want to look into the life cycle of transgender ideation. So we use this because it's not ideological language, save for the fact that the word transgender is in there, but this is what the children and young people are ruminating over. So, and it's also a more accurate description of what's really going on with kids. It doesn't suggest pathology, which gender dysphoria, I would suggest that a large part of its purpose is providing the access to drugs and surgeries through insurance companies and insurance coverage. And there is no checklist of sex stereotypes involved in using the term and transgender ideation. So there's that. Our parent support network is a huge part of what we do and who we are. So the same people who offer support, seek support and facilitate support. That's kind of how our group works. It's sort of a circular thing. Sometimes really it's just about having someone to talk to who gets it. And the face-to-face and the in-person meetups are super important. It comes full circle. That's what I'm talking about, this circular kind of model. We all take turns picking each other up off the floor. And this is one of our several memes that we have out there. You are not the crazy one, and you are not alone. You are not alone has become kind of our unofficial, I guess, motto or a thing that we say to parents. It's very true. So if there are parents out there who are feeling like you're sitting at home alone, that you are the crazy one and the whole world, hasn't really turned upside down in a matter of 5 years, and you need some support, reach out to us. I can't tell you how many times we've had parents come in saying, I thought I was the crazy one until I found more people who are, in agreement with me and see the same issues and problems that I see. So, all right. This is going to move a little quickly. Just some shots of the things that we have done and participated in. Some of the work that we do is on a global level, like with the Universal Periodic Review, some on a national level, like with the Million March. And with that, I mean, connection making, that's also part of what we do. But it's not all being out in the street, waving a sign and yelling a slogan. There are ways to opt out of the ideological teachings, particularly in schools. And we and the PRCOC can help with a few resources to facilitate that. Again, you see the image at the bottom there was something that we participated in at the global level. And then we also have gained intervener status in New Brunswick. Nadine was touched on something to do with that with policy 713. So we are participating in that, and that's good. We also I just mentioned about making connections. We do pair with other organizations and individuals at times to put out work letters, whatever, so that we're not recreating the wheel all the time, so that we're a wide push forward. So we're always happy to collaborate with others. So the CAS review has allowed us to get our letter writing game up recently, and same with the WPATH files. So this open letter that we wrote, many people in this room today signed this letter with us. There were over 250 signatures from organizations and individuals, and it has been sent now to well over 1,000 medical, mental health, political, education, and regulatory bodies and climbing. And I can't wait to hear from Mia about the WPATH files. It's been big. Same with the CAS review has been really big. Another of our memes, we didn't know, is a dying defense. And this is why it's so important to letter writing. I mean, it sounds so simple, but getting that information, we have a robust body of evidence now with the CAS review, with some other studies, with the WPATH files, getting it into the hands and in front of the people who need to see it is very important so that they can't say that they didn't know. So our Inoculation Against Gender Ideology project, we've been creating PSA style videos, very short videos. The purpose is to get them out there into the reels on whether it's Facebook, YouTube, or Twitter, or X rather. And just in case somebody who needs to see it comes across it. So all of these videos are backed by research. This latest one was done in collaboration with KPSS Reality on Twitter, on X, sorry, I keep saying Twitter. And I'm gonna play it, it's very short. Hopefully you can hear it. And I didn't mention actually this video, or maybe I did. This video has been translated into French, Spanish, and now Japanese, which is really fantastic. Parenting through transgender ideation, rather, sorry. I'm just going to go through a few things that we might say to our kids that we might keep in mind while parenting through this. You can't fully understand what this ideology does to a child, a parent, and a family until it hits your home. And that does not mean that there aren't many people out there with great advice and whatnot. Parenting through transgender ideation is some of the most difficult parenting that most of us will ever do. That is so true. So I think it's really important to be kind to yourself as a parent. This is a novel situation, and it affects parents of varying backgrounds, beliefs, politics, parenting styles, family dynamics. It's not right-wing bigots. We'll just say that. We all share similar concerns, general social criticisms, and legal and political roadblocks because of this ideology. So it actually puts us at a deficit when we are parenting really hard. Parenting through transgender ideation produces ongoing PTSD. That was Miriam Grossman who spoke about that in her interview with Jordan Peterson. It's traumatic. There is a general camaraderie among parents whose children are struggling or have struggled with transgender ideation. We do have several parents of dyslexic kids in our group, and they're still there supporting everyone else. And I think that is just so amazing. Friends for life. There are people who have found friends for life through this traumatic experience. Parents know their kids best. Parents have done their research and been down the rabbit holes, building an armor of data and information. And if you can share some of that data and information and armor with your kid, that's wonderful. Once you break the barrier and talk openly with your kid about this, it does get easier over time. And I know, and we understand that that is not always possible. I am the only person in your life willing to tell you the truth. These are some of the things we might say to our kids. If we can break that ice, it's okay for us to disagree and still love each other and have conversation and be a loving family. You are not that weak that hearing your name or being correctly sexed is going to break you. I think that's important to show kids resilience. I don't subscribe to this ideology, so I don't use its words and phrases, nor do I participate in its practices and protocols. I think that's fair to say to anybody. Parents are the most invested in the health and well-being of their children. That is absolutely true. It's not the teacher, it's not the therapist, it's not the doctors, the endocrinologist, like kind of referring back to that video. None of those people, aside from the parent in the beginning, are as invested in the health and well-being of your child. And so to wrap up, here are a few ways that you can contact us. We're on X and Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, our little budding YouTube channel. And you can always email us. Yeah, and thank you for your support. And I will stop the screen share now. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Our Duty. You deserve a lot of accolade and respect for being an anonymous leader at the scale that you're leading. Well done. We all love you.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Melanie, do you want to anchor this? And I'll go through Kelly Lynn's slideshow. I know Mia's in the waiting room. And Melanie, you want to promote or talk about some of our FOI stuff and our little fundraiser I mentioned earlier on. That's where you're going to go. So Kelly Lynn, I'm going to share the screen on your behalf. You just let me know how to advance the slides and when that's appropriate.
Okay.
Oh, speaking of our fundraiser, that's the page that I posted earlier that Melanie's going to talk about in a moment or two. And I'm just getting, oh my. Kelly, you're still there?
Yes, I am.
Okay, I just got an error that said Zoom quit unexpectedly.
Don't send it, whatever you do.
Just exit off. Just hit the X.
No, don't do anything.
Don't do anything.
Everything's fine. Leave it as it
Am I
is.
still here?
I'm
We're
freaking
still
out.
here. Everybody's still here.
Okay, good.
Oh, that was
It's
beautiful.
warm in here at the moment. It's still showing our participants are here. All right, I tried to start the slideshow. I'm going to try this again.
That's funny. Oh, that's beautiful.
Slideshow from beginning.
Yeah.
All right, we got
Beautiful.
it. Okay.
Yes.
So, Kelly Lynn, you're working on a big project.
Yes, I am. I founded D-Trans Alliance Canada, and through that, I connected with the Million Marches. And while I was at the Million Marches, I kept talking to people about this dream I had that somehow in Canada we needed to protect the category of sex as a legal category because it's slowly being erased by this concept they brought into the Charter of Rights and Freedoms called gender identity and expression. How's my volume?
Good.
Okay, excellent. So our mission statement. So we know that we're going to get hateful, harmful, hurtful. So we decided to just do up these documentations so that we knew as we're spreading this idea where we're coming from. So our mission, which should be the next slide, is to garner support in public and private sectors to halt the encroachment of gender identity on sex-based rights, resulting in sex being represented independent of gender identity, as they are separate categories in the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. When the trans queer activists had gender identity created, they deliberately wanted it to be completely separate from sex. And their goal at the time was to be able to then later eliminate the category of sex. So our goal is to trigger provincial referendums across the country that preface, hopefully, a national referendum to prioritize sex-based rights over gender identity in the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. So we really want to bring this issue forward on the political landscape where politicians are having to talk about this issue. A summary of our position and recommendations. First, it has come to our attention that some provincial vital statistics services have changed their documentation to specifically state that the category of gender will be captured on birth certificates under the category of sex. This inappropriate conflation of these two categories has raised our concerns. 2, through the initiation of open dialogues with provinces and territories, we will request that all provinces and territories provide alternative methods of applying and tracking sex and gender identity separately, as they are recognized separately and were added to the Charter of Rights and Freedoms separately. Sex, as compared to race, is immutable, whereas gender identity, as compared to religion, may change throughout one's lifetime. Therefore, sex as a category, like race, must retain its historical significance and meaning on any provincial and federal documents. If there is a need to apply or track gender identities, this must be done separately. As in the case of religion, as it is a distinct category. Gender nonconformity, puberty, and freedom of expression preceded gender identity in the Charter of Rights and Freedoms, are fundamental human rights and must be prioritized and respected throughout the process by which gender identity is applied and tracked by all provinces and territories. Infringement on the rights of non-believers by demanding compliance, forcing acknowledgement of the canons of gender identity is unacceptable. In addressing an individual's demands, one of the canons of a declaration of a gender identity is the mandatory participation of others in that identity. Gender identity is a subjective set of beliefs that should not require participation from others. It's the require there. Requiring others to violate their consciously held beliefs in order to participate in someone else's is contrary to the integrity of a free and just society. We are free to think our own thoughts. Well, at this time in Canada, we are still free. Speak our own minds, listen to the views of others, and express our opinions in creative ways, meaning we should not be mandated or coerced to participate in the gender identity of others, as it violates the freedom of conscience and religion of many Canadians. Sex is a recognized class in the Charter of Rights and Freedoms that was enshrined long before gender identity was added. Applying and tracking gender identity in a manner that diminishes or displaces sex as a category is sex discrimination, with which we disagree. Section 28 of the Charter of Rights and Freedoms requires that the rights and freedoms guaranteed in the Charter be implemented without discrimination between the sexes. We assert that, notwithstanding anything in this summary, just as notwithstanding anything in this Charter, the rights and freedoms referred to in it are guaranteed equally to male and female persons. Gender identity is separate and newly added to the Charter. Therefore, sex, clearly, according to the Charter, is a prioritized category that must be recognized as such. So, in implementing this, we've got a letter. We didn't get this added to the slideshow, but we've got a letter to send off to the various provincial vital statistics organizations. Hopefully we can find people in each province who would be willing to send that forward. We're just basically saying that we've noticed that this change at the vital statistics level has happened. We find it concerning, and we'd like you to refrain from conflating the category of sex and gender and find a way to track those two categories in a completely separate manner. So, yeah.
Terrific. Thank you very much, Kelly Lynn. And Melanie, we've got you on the floor, and while you're doing that, I'm going to do some administration and bring up Mia. So I'll let you take the floor, Melanie, and I'll do a little housekeeping while we do that. Oh, audio.
Can you hear me now?
Gotcha.
Okay. Hello, everyone. I'm Melanie Bennett, and I do a lot of things. I'm a co-host with Shannon, as you said, on the Canadian Gender Wars Report, which I've posted about profusely today. Please feel free to go have a look at that. But before I did that, I started off, when I learned about all these things, wanting to get involved. I actually worked with Our Duty Canada for a while, and I started doing a podcast channel with them. I've sort of moved on to other things since then, but at that time, I wanted to do something a little bit more practical. I wanted to find out a bit more information. And I decided to try FOI, so the Freedom of Information, because I understand that you can obtain lots of different kinds of information using freedom of information. And I was actually pretty successful the first time. Can I share screen? Yep. I'm going to see if I can. So I'm just going to go over this quickly. I'm not going to spend too much time. So if you can see this screen, which I believe you can, we actually posted about this on the Our Duty group page. And I investigated. So my local school board is the YRDSB, the York Region District School Board in the Greater Toronto Area. And that's where my child went to school. And I wanted to find out a bit more about gender ideology there. When I read their gender identity and expressions guidelines, which was quite ideological in its language. And so I wanted to know who wrote this. And there was no author on there. And so I put in FOI to look into the authors of this piece of policy. And I found out that they over several period, I can't remember exactly how many years, but they paid out nearly $24,000 for this guideline to be produced to basically the 519, which is an activist organization in Toronto. And they're really involved in pushing a lot of this gender ideology. They're involved with groups like EGAL. And in fact, the main author here, Dylan Bruxter, I think he used to work for EGAL. But it was really interesting because, I was able to see that they paid, let's just move this out of the way. So they paid, $6,500 for something called Race and Queerness, Deep Dive into Trans Affirming Practice, Sexuality and Gender for Primary Ages, another $6,500. Fostering queer and trans inclusive work environments, that was a bit less, $750, but you get the gist. So I was really lucky the first time that I did an FOI. I was able to receive quite a lot of interesting information from that, and then we posted it on Our Duty Canada. Now, I haven't continued doing FOIs, and the point is not to necessarily go on about my FOI, but just to say that you can be quite successful with something that cost me $5 plus another $75 for some additional time that they needed to allocate to produce this information. But the point is that part of our groups have been working on much deeper FOIs that contain much more information. They've cost a lot more money. So they're looking, I can't go into the details now. Hopefully we'll have something together at some point that we can share with the public. But right now we have to keep it a little bit quiet, but they've had to pay we've had to pay more for that one. And so right now, this is why we have this transparency and accountability drive to raise money to pay the extra fees for this particular FOI. But it's not just for this particular FOI. It's also, for example, if you want to do FOIs, if you want to find out information, one of the common things is that they'll come back to you and say, well, it's going to cost you an extra $300, or it's going to cost you an extra $800 or some prohibitive fee. So this is, I didn't have this problem, but apparently this is quite common for many people who have tried to do FOIs. And so part of the drive is also to have a fund within the PRCOC that people can contact us and say, listen, we've tried to do this FOI and we've come across this barrier. Can we apply to use some of your funding? So if you feel inclined to donate to this fund, we can also provide funds to other people who may be coming across some difficulties in their own searches, because we know that there are people all over the country doing it. But we also would like to encourage any one of you to find out what you like. And incidentally, yesterday, right before the summit yesterday, I received an anonymous submission. Well, it's not quite anonymous. It has to be anonymous for you. But someone sent me an FOI to look at, and it was packed full of information. So you can get quite a lot of information from some of these if you pose your questions cleverly enough. And I would advise one question per FOI. So do multiple if you have a big query. But this one, I think, is going to take some time to go through, and we pass it on to some of our colleagues to have a look at. But they're very, very effective. So if you don't know how what you can do and you're interested in maybe looking at your local school board or your district or something like that, I would advise you have a go. It can take some time to come back and it can cost a bit of money, which we might be able to help with. But that is an effective starting point or a continuation point. That's it. That is it from me.
So please click on that link through the PRCOC website. You can set up a donation, a small donation to run monthly. Let's say it's $10 or $15, or if you have the capacity to support some of these efforts, another donation is greatly appreciated. One of the other success stories that we had with FOI was Emily Duggan. After September 20th, marches last year, she used the FOI to find out what the school absence rates were. And we saw that she got the data for across the entire province, gave us a lot of insight into how effective the student part of that protest was. All this is important work, and Mia is here.
I'll just add one more thing because someone asked in the chat. I'll send you the actual link, but this is on the prcoc.ca website. If you go to, there's a section on donating or contributing. So it'll be on the PRCOC website. And when I drop down, I'll share the link. But yeah, please donate. Hi, can you hear me okay?
I can hear you very well. How many podcasts have we done now since the beginning of March?
I've lost count. I have absolutely no idea. I've done a lot.
I'm so glad to see you. We're due for a tea on a patio somewhere, or maybe another kind of beverage, and get a debrief.
I believe there's one coming up soon next week.
Oh, excellent! Very good. Now I'm a little bit frazzled. You have to, because I've been kind of running the show here.
You want me to just launch straight into it?
That would be lovely. People, the members who are in the audience watching, we have, of course, at the bottom of the screen, the Q&A. You're welcome to put in questions for Mia. Before you jump in, I want to congratulate you on your new role as Director of GenSpect Canada. I'm very, very excited that this project is launching. GenSpect has done incredible work. And tremendous people involved with the organization. You've been working with them for some time, and so I think the title of your talk is something about what's next for Canada, or something to that effect.
That's right. It's the WPATH files, and then what's next for Canada. I can share my screen. I'm going to try and share my screen. Privileges. I'm not necessarily gifted technologically. Okay, there we go. Is that good?
Looks great, Mia.
Okay, so this is my talk. I'm not sure who's in the audience. I assume probably most people are aware of the WPATH files, but I'm going to give a brief overview of WPATH and the files. So first of all, we released this March 4th, 2024, and it has been quite the experience. We got a lot of coverage internationally, disappointingly little coverage in Canada, but that should surprise absolutely no one. So first, what's WPATH? This is that gentleman that you see on the screen there. That is Harry Benjamin, Dr. Harry Benjamin. He is the man without whom there would be no gender medicine scandal. I believe he is the person responsible for kicking the whole thing off. And WPATH, when it was first launched in 1978, was named after Harry Benjamin. It was the Harry Benjamin International Gender Dysphoria Association, which is HIBIGDA. So in the early decades, I do believe that this loose affiliation of people were at least attempting to pursue science in a very strange, misguided way. But they were trying to help a tiny cohort in society who were struggling with their sexed body. But then in the late 1990s, this group started to take a turn for the ideological, and that can be explained simply by the fact that the modern trans rights movement was just getting off the ground at the same time, and trans activists started to join WPATH. And the group's goals then became primarily political, and science was, becoming less and less important. So as you see on the screen there, so in 2007, they rebrand as the World Professional Association for Transgender Health. And this change is significant. They self-identify as the world leading transgender healthcare group, or professional group. And at the helm, interestingly, president of WPATH at that time was none other than Stephen Whittle, who many of you may know is a trans-identified female and an extremely prominent member of the early trans rights movement, very influential. So from 2007, with Whittle at the helm, the goals, this is a political organization. It is not a scientific organization. In 2010, we get the de-psychopathologization statement. This is WPATH based on no science whatsoever, entirely political. They decide that being transgender is not a mental illness. So they decide that gender identity disorder, it was at the time, is not a mental illness. It's perfectly natural, healthy state of being, and you should celebrate it, and there should be nothing but affirmation. And from that point onwards, we enter the era of affirmation and access to hormones and surgeries on demand, because you can no longer view this as a mental illness in which the sufferer needs support and help, and you need to explore why it's come about. None of that is allowed because we're forbidden from calling it a mental illness. So they produced Standards of Care 7 in 2012. That's an ideological document, very pro-affirmation, promoting puberty blockers, even though the experiment was in its infancy then, and there was absolutely no evidence to support this experiment at all. But then between 2012 and 2022, this group plunges into complete ideological terrain. And we know that because in 2022, they published their Standards of Care version 8. They had removed almost all lower age limits. There was one left, and that's phalloplasty. You have to be 18 before you can have an appendage made out of your forearm sewn onto your groin. All other lower age limits are gone. Then they have this chapter on non-binary surgeries, which we'll get to later, and the infamous eunuch chapter. Now, it will remain a source of total bewilderment to me how an organization a healthcare organization, internationally respected at the time, can produce guidelines with an entire chapter on eunuch as a valid gender identity deserving of hormonal and surgical affirming castration, and that not be the complete collapse of the organization, that not be the end, they fall, it's gone. But they survived. In fact, they didn't just survive. In Canada, certainly, they are still held up as the world leading transgender healthcare group. We still follow them from coast to coast. Basically, the eunuch chapter didn't harm them at all in Canada. So, WPATH files. First of all, what are they? I write for Michael Schellenberger, as most people probably know. And I was covering gender for him when I'd only been with him about a month. When he got his hands, somebody gave him the WPATH files, hundreds of pages of leaked internal communications from WPATH's messaging forum. And so they show, first of all, there were no real surprises in there for anyone who's been following WPATH. We all knew that this was a group that had no respect for the Hippocratic Oath, that this was a political activist group masquerading as a medical group. But it's nice to have proof. And so the WPATH files are proof of just how ideological this group is. So the files show that the WPATH is conducting an unregulated experiment on some of the most vulnerable people in society, that its members are aware that cross-sex hormones have debilitating and potentially fatal side effects. that these doctors, they know that they're causing harm, and they know that they're experimenting with these hormones and surgeries, and also that they have absolutely no respect for detransitioners and the possibility of regret. So I have a few examples of what we found in the files. First of all, when they're talking about children and adolescents, basically it shows that they know they see everything we see. So we have been saying for years that children cannot understand the lifelong implications of fertility loss. They can't understand the powerful effects of the hormones. They don't understand how puberty blockers work. They are not mature enough to understand any of this. We've been saying that for years, but now we know that WPATH members, they also say it on the inside. They also know. So the lead author of the child chapter, the co-author of the child chapter is talking at Diane Berg. She's talking about how then it's out of the developmental range of these kids to understand how these medical interventions impact them. They'll say something, she'll say, they say something and you realize they didn't understand they were going to have facial hair, meaning that these children cannot consent. Obviously, if they don't understand what they're letting themselves in for, they cannot consent. Then the star of the WPATH files, Dr. Daniel Metzger, a Canadian endocrinologist at the BC Children's Hospital, he says, we're explaining these things to kids who haven't even had high school biology yet. And when talking about fertility preservation, he says, when you're talking to a 14-year-old about fertility preservation, he says, I know it's like I'm talking to a blank wall. They're like, ooh, baby's gross. So, of course, we've all been saying it all along, teenagers don't understand fertility loss. It's perfectly developmentally normal for a teenager to say that they will never want children. And we all know, I was a 13-year-old girl once, I would have said the same. All the way up until probably 28 years old, I would have said the same. And then when I hit 30, baby fever hit me. I had to have a baby right away. And then I had 3 children, became a stay-at-home mother. I was breastfeeding, co-sleeping, baby wearing. I transformed into a different person because nobody robbed me of that chance to grow and mature the way these doctors are doing so. And then, of course, we've got Christine McGinn in the US, who has performed 20 vaginoplasties on under 18s. And he says not all had perfect outcomes. Now, WPATH, so they have this very carefully crafted public image that they are science-based, evidence-based. And when they talk to the press, they're always, gender-affirming care, as they call it, the hormone surgeries. It's life-saving, medically necessary. It's improving the health of the people who identify as transgender. And on the inside, they say very different things. The very chilling conversation that we found was when they're talking about this 16-year-old female patient who's got large liver masses, probably brought on by the testosterone that she's been on. And the doctor who replies is actually a Canadian doctor from New Brunswick, if I remember correctly. And the doctor replies to say, oh yeah, I had a friend who was on testosterone for 8 to 10 years and developed liver cancer, terminal liver cancer. And to the best of my knowledge, it was linked to his hormone treatment. And then the cancer was so advanced that this woman died a couple of months later. And then that's the end of the conversation inside WPATH. Nobody says, oh my goodness, what are we doing? What if there's a ticking time bomb? What if in 20 years' time, all of these young female patients are going to develop liver cancer? Nobody says that. Nobody seems to care. We have never done this. We've never pumped women full of testosterone. We've never pumped teenage girls full of testosterone on a large scale before. So we don't know what the outcome is. And it's very likely that the outcome is not going to be good in 20 years' time. And then there are the immediate detrimental side effects that I find really distressing to read about. We've got the teenage girls with vaginal and uterine atrophy, bleeding, pain, painful orgasms. Males don't seem to do very well on estrogen either. We've got erections feeling like broken glass. That doesn't sound like very much fun to me. And then we have got what I think is the example of what shows how far off the rails this organization has gone. This organization that from coast to coast in Canada, we hold up as the leading transgender healthcare group. We follow their standards of care. They are the non-binary surgeries. So the Hippocratic Oath has been completely abandoned with these people. This is extreme body modification on demand with no medical justification whatsoever. This is Thomas Satterwhite performing surgeries, mastectomies without nipples, creating customized scars after a mastectomy with customized scars. He's doing the nullification procedures, which creates a smooth, sexless body for people who identify as neither male nor female. The phallus preserving vaginoplasty, that's if you're a man and you want to keep your penis and have a surgically created vagina out of a section of your colon. There's, if you see the activist law professor there from Alberta, many people I'm sure can guess who that person is, thinks that gender medicine is basically about providing trans people with their embodiment goals, whatever they want. We've got there the vagina preserving phalloplasty. So that's if you are a woman and you want to have your arm, your forearm appendage sewn onto your groin, but you want to keep your vagina because you think you're both male and female. And now the doctor at the bottom, I think this is actually, I agree with him. He says, I think we're going to see a wave of non-binary affirming requests for surgery that will include all of these non-standard procedures. He's seen non-binary people, agender, eunuchs, and they're all requesting body types that don't exist in nature. Now, I do think that he's right, that if we cannot end WPATH and if we cannot demand that everybody reject everything that WPATH stands for, we are going to see a wave of these non-binary surgical requests. And that, frankly, is not a world that I want to live in. Then, if you allow a group of extremist political activists to conduct an unregulated experiment on some of the most vulnerable people in society with no safeguarding, no guardrails, no respect for the Hippocratic Oath, you are guaranteed to get a large number of people who regret the decision that they made. And WPATH members, of course, when they're faced with detransition, it creates a lot of cognitive dissonance because detransitioners are the living, breathing proof that gender-affirming care causes harm. So they have their little tricks to deal with it. Well, first of all, Daniel Metzger is in there again saying there's regret, and I don't think it surprises any of us. So they kind of know what they're doing. They know that there's regret. They know that they're causing harm, and yet still they do it. But we've got Bowers, Marcy Bowers, the president, saying acknowledgement that detransition exists even to a minor extent is off limits for many in our community. Bowers at another point in the files is saying people have to own and take active responsibility for the decisions that they make, particularly if they are permanent medical decisions. Now, Bowers is the president of WPATH, and WPATH is the organization that for the last 15 years has campaigned relentlessly to remove all guardrails from around this very harsh, brutal, experimental treatment pathway. WPATH is the reason why so many young people are being harmed, because WPATH took away the guardrails, took away all the safeguarding. And then for Bowers, the president, to turn around and blame the victim is obviously completely despicable. Then you've got other members saying individuals are entitled to make their own mistakes. At the end of the day, it's a risk-benefit decision. So this person is saying, oh, it would be great if we could actually perfectly clear everyone prior to surgery, but at the end of the day, it's a risk-benefit. If they can't cope with the arduous dilation schedule afterwards and they have complications, that's their decision. They really don't care about the outcomes, these people. And then there's the idea that detransitioning is problematic because it frames being cisgender as the default and reinforces transness as a pathology. That brings us back to this deep psychopathologization campaign that I was talking about at the beginning. If you are pretending that being transgender is a perfectly natural, healthy state, healthy variation of human existence, and not a psychiatric disorder in need of psychotherapeutic support, then of course you're going to be offended by anything that suggests medical transition, being trans is pathological. Now, how influential is WPATH in Canada? So I looked this morning and I found that we have 242 Canadian members, which is an extraordinarily high number because in the UK, as of this morning, had 70 members, and we have a much smaller population. So all of our provincial health insurance looks to WPATH to define what is medically necessary care. Our major medical associations, the Canadian Pediatric Society, the Canadian Psychological Association, Canadian Psychiatric Association, they all recommend WPATH standards of care. Many of our children's hospitals, the gender clinics, they proudly follow WPATH. I mean, CHEO, Sick Kids, they've got WPATH members in the gender clinics. WPATH experts are quoted endlessly in the mainstream media. If you look at Daniel Metzger is frequently interviewed by the CBC. And yet when he's talking to the CBC, he will say, you know, puberty blockers are safe, reversible, this is age appropriate. He is not saying what he says privately to the CBC, I can assure you of that. And then KSV Ontario, this is now the famous case, the case of the second set of genitals. It shows how dangerous it is when a nation follows an extremist group of trans activists who have absolutely no respect for evidence-based medicine or science. In this case of the man in Ontario who he wanted to keep his penis and have his colon vagina, OHIP said, no, we're not paying for that. He appealed, and his appeal was based on the fact that forcing a non-binary person to go through binary surgery was conversion therapy, a totally nonsense argument, but they ruled in his favor. One of the reasons why they ruled in his favor is because the WPATH Standards of Care 8 that the province of Ontario follows has the entire chapter on non-binary surgeries. So they ruled that it's medically necessary gender-affirming care. Went back and forth again, appeal, and then he won again. So the Ontario taxpayer is paying for a very mentally ill man to have a surgically created vagina out of a section of his colon. And he's going to go down to Texas just to add insult to injury. We're going to pay for him to have that created down in Texas at a very dubious gender clinic. Now, let me see if I can stop sharing my... Okay. So what's next for Canada? This is the hard part because I think, as many of us know, and as I hope my presentation has shown, WPATH's style of gender-affirming care it's no exaggeration to say that it's one of the greatest crimes in the history of modern medicine. And so it's the duty of all Canadians to speak up and demand that it end. But having been in this debate for a long time, every international development that happened, when the Keira Bell ruling happened, I thought, this is it. Canada will finally have to pay attention. when Sweden's systematic review and the Cass report, every time I thought this has to be it, we can't ignore this any longer. And then we carried on ignoring it. So we're in a difficult situation here because we seem to think we live in a bubble and the rest of the world is of no importance whatsoever. So I would urge everyone, well, it starts with the individual, I think, because our politicians, they're not going to act unless they think it's politically beneficial for them. And that means the mood of the public has to be on the side of defending all of the vulnerable victims of this medical crime. So it starts with speaking. It starts with breaking the spiral of silence. It starts with talk to everyone you come across, everywhere you go, just talk about this. You will find that most people absolutely do not support surgeons amputating the healthy breasts of 16-year-old lesbians. People do not support that. We have to pressure our provinces to follow the lead of Alberta in banning puberty blockers, cross-sex hormones, and surgeries for adolescents. But no disrespect to Premier Smith, but Alberta needs to go further too, because it's not enough to ban for under 16s. Between 16 and 25, you're still an adolescent. You're still in a stage of identity development. You're still figuring out who you are. The brain is not finished developing. So Alberta even needs to take it further. We have to put pressure on gender clinics, health authorities, everyone to reject WPATH's ideologically motivated social justice brand of medicine. I think we should be bombarding provincial health ministers, gender clinics, health authorities with the Cass report, with the WPATH files. We should be forcing them to listen, because they are going to ignore us for as long as they possibly can. There's a good example in medical history of how long such things can go on for, and that's prenatal x-rays. They had absolute proof that prenatal x-rays were killing children, were causing childhood leukemia, and they carried on doing them for 25 more years, simply because the medical world refused to look at the truth that was staring them right in the face. So it's somewhat upon all of us to just never let up on them, keep bombarding them with the truth and try and force them to listen. And lastly, I would say it's time for all politicians, everyone, journalists, politicians, Canadians from all walks of life, to stop looking the other way while this appalling medical crime unfolds in plain sight. Because, as I've said before, this is not an abstract philosophical debate, and it's not some trivial sideshow in the culture war. It's the worst, one of the worst, and I do actually believe it is the worst medical crime ever committed. And it is vulnerable Canadians, children, adolescents, and vulnerable adults who are falling victim to it. So it's time for everyone to unite. It's not a left or right issue. It's time for everyone to unite and demand that it be brought to an end.
Hi, Chanel. Chanel pre-recorded this morning for us because she had other work commitments. We've all been friends for some years now. Welcome to the panel, Chanel. I told everybody after your presentation, which got a lot of chatter in the chat, that hopefully I would bring you up and we could try and ask you some questions. Mia, I hope you don't mind me jumping Chanel in here.
Of course not.
I don't think I've told you, but I've told some other people, and I talked about it on the podcast with Melanie. But every week for the last 4 or 5 weeks, I've been emailing the heads of our Ottawa Catholic School Board, the Ottawa Public School Board, the CEO of CHEO, and I've been working through the board of directors of CHEO, and I have told them all, well, certainly Alex Munter and the 2 directors of education, that this is going to force your resignation. It's going to happen one of 2 ways. One way is you step up and you end this, and you take a stand, and the activists go after your job, and you're forced to resign. The other way is that as the truth comes out, these emails that I've been sending you with the WPATH files, with the CAST review, with all of this other proof that we have, changes in policy, and you ignored it, that is your undoing. You're finished. It's just a question of which way would you like to finish. And my next step is that I'm printing out copies of the WPATH files and the CAST report, and I've ordered a body camera, and I'm going to go on a Michael Moore style adventure to CHEO to look for Alex Munter's office and attempt to deliver those documents to him, and do the same thing with the directors of education. I feel like trying to write the health minister, trying to write the education minister, trying to write the MPs. No, I want to name people specifically, make them accountable, and truthfully and professionally. Here's the letter. This is the issue, and force them, name them, and hold them accountable. We can't wait for politicians. We like the Our Duty video that Our Duty produced with the pharmacist said, and the doctor said, and the teacher said, everyone's passing the buck everywhere. We need to stop that. We need to hold specific people accountable and say, I'm coming after you. I'm going to hold you accountable. Anyway, that's my little rant about some of the stuff and we've all been on street corners wearing signs together before. It's a famous photo of us and Billboard Chris and Heather Mason and there was another, I'm forgetting people who were in that picture at the truckers convoy in front of the big red trucks. That was, anyhow, I'm glad that you're with us. I'm going to look to the chat. Chanel, you're on mute.
Yeah, I just realized that, which is probably a good thing because my dog's bouncing a ball behind me incessantly. But that's a good idea about CHEO, and I will definitely join you if you want some companion.
Sweet. Yeah. Okay, so I'm going to check the Q&A. It looks like we've got at least one new question here. Okay, someone's saying share a copy of the letters that I'm sending. I'm happy to do that. I'll figure out where I'm going to post those. By the way, people can email me at shannon@chasingquicksilver.com. I've been getting, since I've been sharing that on the podcast, I've been getting emails from all over. I got one from an education worker in Halifax, Nova Scotia this morning, sharing a story. And Mia, you've talked to I don't know how many parents and people over the last couple of years. Tell us a bit more about GenSpect. What's going to happen with GenSpect Canada?
I don't have a lot to say, actually. I basically have been working alongside Stella O'Malley and Carrie Mendoza since the GenSpect conference in Denver, when we met for the first time in person, and then they jumped on board with the WPATH files. So I spend my days with them. I talk to them regularly, and I came up with the idea of GenSpect Canada. I thought Canada needed a GenSpect, and it was very well received, and we decided to just go ahead and launch it without really a grand plan. I have no grand plan right now, but I figure they have the gender care framework, which is the non-medical approach to treating gender distress. And I know some people aren't that pleased about that, in that some people think we should just have no reference to gender whatsoever. It's all made up nonsense. I, on the other hand, think that we are in this cultural moment, whether we like it or not. There exist many people who have issues with their gender, be that real or socially influenced, and they need help. And better that it's a non-medical approach than WPATH's affirmation and hormones and surgeries on demand. They also have there's a guideline for schools. There are a lot of resources already there for the taking with GenSpect. And so I thought it would be great to launch GenSpect Canada so we could adapt them and get them sent out to Canadian schools and health authorities.
Fantastic. So are you looking to put together like a board of directors, growing membership? Do you have, I know that Michelle Magnus, the therapist from Edmonton, has joined you as co-founder. What sort of people and resources are you looking for? If you're, I know you just said I'm not spending, we haven't fleshed it out, but if you were going to build a board of directors and you were to grow membership, what kind of resources do you want to add?
I really, we haven't even had our first meeting, but yeah, I guess I need to put together a whole team of people. We're looking for anyone in mental health, in the field of medicine, anyone who in education, parents, anyone who wants to help out. I honestly, I really do have no grand plan. It was a spur of the moment. I think this is a good idea. Let's do it. So we did it. Contact us and offer your services if you want to join, and we'll take it from there.
Amazing. I'm a little frazzled because I've been on this for 5 hours now. We've had people listening throughout the day. We're going to process this video and these talks over the next a couple of days and aim to get these videos up online in the coming week or so on our channel. That's the Canadian Gender Wars Report on YouTube. We'll build a playlist like we did for our last session. I got to say some thanks to all the people who shared with our audience today. Something Nadine Ness said, and I won't catch her phrasing perfectly, but she said, this isn't about any individual person. I happen to be someone who's, I taught myself to be comfortable in front of a camera. And I happen to be in a position like Chanel and like Mia, where I can speak publicly. A lot of people can't. I want to give thanks to so many people behind the scenes who helped to put together today, to organize it, to produce all the materials, who shared it out online, and who invited people to participate. We have some perennial content here, stuff that's only going to get more important with time. Mia, I want to thank you for all the work that you've been doing. I know how much work that you were under working for Michael to produce the WPATH files, and what a grind that was. Incredible contribution to the change that we need in the world. Chanel, thank you for putting together that video and launching us off today, and helping us understand what's happening in schools across the country with so many terrific examples. Stephen Reish, we had Pascal Bourgeois, and our grassroots panel. Really, really incredible day. I hope I'm not missing anybody in that thanks, and I hope that we can connect. Mia, are you out as to where you are in the world these officially? I know that you're publishing under Maria Hughes, your actual name, and I heard somebody maybe slip at one point. But do people know where you are, or is that still kind of
as in Ottawa?
Okay.
Yeah, everyone. I think everyone knows where I am. I have it in my Twitter. It's on. I have the location.
Okay.
On Twitter. Enough. It's no secret that I'm in Ottawa.
Well, yeah, I'm glad that you're able to be your authentic self, as we all are. We need more actual authenticity with people who can speak forward and come forward with their own names and tell the truth about what's going on. You're absolutely right. Talk to people. We've been saying that for years. If we can convince a couple of people and they're empowered to talk about what's going on with others and spread the word. We know now, I was seeing in the chat earlier, some people from BC were saying that's all anyone's talking about. The Conservative Party seems poised like they could win the election against the NDP in the coming months, which is a massive shift. And what the door knockers are reporting is that everyone's talking about education, wokeness, and gender, and housing prices. That seems to be the constellation of major issues in British Columbia. Obviously, with the developments in New Brunswick in the last 36 hours, it's the conversation everywhere there right now as well. And I'm, sometimes I'm pessimistic on this, and it's frustrating. I know, Mia, like, you're right. Every time something's come up, we think, well, I remember the first Washington Post article back in 2021. Like, look, it's a major newspaper that's reporting this, and now things are going to change. And it's frustrating how slow it's happening. But I really think that there's something going to crystallize in the public consciousness very, very soon in Canada. And all of our hard work, everybody who's contributed, it's going to pay off.
Shannon, I know we're probably trying to wrap up, but there is somebody in the comments who Mark wrote, are you guys reading the Q&A? I don't have access to that, but I was wondering if maybe you...
Yeah, I'm looking. So yes, Chanel, how do teachers feel about social justice education? Are more starting to come out, even if anonymously?
Anonymously. I mean, I don't really consider coming out anonymously like
coming out. Yeah. Speaking up about it.
I mean, I think, yeah, like there's a decent amount of teachers who are really annoyed with this stuff and like want to retire or change careers, and they don't want anything to do with it. I'm friends with a lot of them. It's hard to say like percentage wise, like from what I can gather, I would say that the radicals in schools are at no more than 15%. That would be like the most. Realistically, it's probably more like 8 to 10% of them are radicals. So it's not that many, but it's just that it only requires one of them in the room for them to have all the power and silence everyone else. And the problem is nobody knows if that person is in the room at any given moment. So you're always assuming that there might be a radical here, there might be a radical here, can't talk. So I don't know. I think in general, teachers are, they've just drank the Kool-Aid to a certain degree. They don't really follow politics in any kind of serious way. If you ask them sort of just something basic like, hey, what do the conservatives stand for? They would be like, nothing. They're bigots. Like a lot of them would say that. Yeah. So they don't actually know like, hey, there's such thing as family values and, just a respect for authority or, things like that are important. So yeah, sorry I really don't know. I think there must be at least 15 to 20% of teachers in schools who are like extremely against it. And then like added 20% who are against it, but not to the degree that they would actually risk anything or stuff like that. There was a really interesting study. I think it's the Angus Reid Institute recently published this, where they looked at the culture war mindsets in Canada.
Yeah.
I was going to include it in my presentation, but then it was going way too long, so I just took it out. But it shows apparently 17% of the population would be considered woke, like zealots.
Yep.
And then you've got like 20% who are defiant
objectors. Yeah.
So it's really interesting to see the breakdown, and I think that breakdown is pretty accurate in schools too.
I have a few more questions coming in here. I'm going to add here. I wasn't sure if I was going to talk about this, but I had a conversation with somebody in the network last night who had a great idea, and we've talked about this before. But union dues, you can make a choice, an election, to divert your union dues to a registered charity. And we were playing with ideas, and the question is, how can we create a charity, or how can we find an existing charity that would work with us to accept those donations so that we could create a public health campaign or something to that effect, and just make that knowledge available and then teachers can do that more or less anonymously and unplug from funding these activist unions. So I thought it was a really interesting idea. We're going to explore it some more. I have some knowledge about nonprofits and charities and how they work, and so we're going to play around with that a little bit. I'm going to go on to the next question. Mark asks, will GenSpect be the go-to place where political initiatives can get info and talking points from regarding transgender LGBT agenda type questions?
Yeah, we certainly have, as one of the first ideas was to get all the talking points up there to help anyone new to the debate, sort of like a cheat sheet for certain issues on the medical side and the education side. It's definitely a good idea. We'll do it.
Okay. Next question here. Dave asks, how do we offer, it seems Dave is a counselor of some sort, how do we offer counseling as we can lose our licenses to practice under the current environment? That's a question that's come up quite a bit in our back channels that we're part of. Mia, you might have better language for that than I do.
I'm very confused. Are we talking C4? Are we talking the conversion therapy?
It would seem it's a short question. So
I'm confused by C4 because I know these things are regulated provincially. Your mental health field is regulated provincially. I honestly see C4, the conversion therapy ban, as just being symbolic. I don't think it's worth the paper that it's written on, not just because it's ideological drivel, but because I don't think that anyone is going to end up prosecuted under it. I don't see it. But yeah, regulated provincially, I'm not sure what restrictions there are. There is, you have to provide, you're allowed to provide affirming therapy, but of course affirming therapy is totally pointless because the affirmation is the problem. I think exploratory therapy and focusing on the differential diagnoses, focusing on all of the psychiatric comorbidities, which are the reason why this child has landed in your office, in your therapy appointment, focus on the whole child. And I cannot see that would cause anyone to lose their license, because that's what therapy is supposed to be about. But I do think good therapists are in a really impossible position, precisely, I think, because no one really knows, and you would have to go out there and take that risk, and then you could find yourself under investigation.
Yeah, I think the risk of investigation is that a disgruntled patient, we're generating a victimhood culture, that a disgruntled patient would launch spurious investigations like Chanel, you've been through, right? And so a lot of therapists, a lot of doctors, we know doctors and endos and family physicians who won't even touch this stuff with a 10-foot pole, right? They've adapted their practices so they don't work with people who have transgender ideation, as our duty likes to phrase it. We live in a censorious culture, the administrative or managerial state, like Bruce Party talked about with us back in January. And it's those processes and procedures that I think are most frightening. They drag out. When Amy Ham posted a few days ago that there was some news coming, and there was a big smiles on her social media in various places, I thought it was going to be the decision, of course, that she's been now, it's almost 4 years that she's been under investigation like this. And Chanel, yours was, a good part of that is concluded, but you went through series of investigations that lasted years.
Yeah, I'm happy to say I'm no longer under investigation by anybody right now.
Good.
I am free.
But there's a few people that we know, like Cece in Toronto is going through her investigations with the the licensing bodies for teaching in Ontario right now. That's been going on for at least 3 years. I think 2021 was the initial issue. And that's what people are most afraid of.
And that you see, because the therapists who are unsure and don't want to take the risk, that creates the environment that the only therapists that are available are the affirming ones who have nothing to lose. It's I honestly, like, one of the biggest, what I didn't say in my presentation, but goodness me, do parents ever have to talk to their children before they fall into this terrible rabbit hole online, or before the teacher gets hold of them at school, or before they, you know, become convinced to reach the wrong conclusion that they are trans? You've got to talk to your kids very, very young, get to them before this happens to them, because you just don't want to be finding yourself in this nightmare world.
Yeah.
I could just add to that, like, not only do you need your kid to sort of agree that, okay, there's boys and there's girls, and, you know, they might agree to that at 6 and 7, that's fine, but you have to keep talking about it. You can't, it's not just a one-time thing, because at school they're hearing about this all the time. So even if they started out with some kind of, you know, realistic understanding of the world, as many of these activists did, you know, 15 years ago, there's going to be extremely vulnerable to it anyway.
I find a good way to do that is, because my guys were young when I first started talking to them about it, and I gave them the task. There's a trans activist stalker who always brings this up, but I don't care. I gave them the task that they are to be my spies, and they are to report back to me whenever the genderbread person or that god-awful unicorn shows up in the classroom. Whenever there's any mention of pronouns, gender, anything, you are to come home and tell me and give me the full report. And that's good in that you then know what's going on in the classroom. And it's also an opportunity every single time it comes up in the classroom to remind them that all of it is total nonsense. And I always say the same thing, that you've got to do it in a certain way that you make it clear that their teachers are not evil. You don't want your grade 1 or grade 3 kid to hate their teacher and think that their teacher is evil. So you've got to explain it in a way that these are good people and they think they're helping, and they're spreading lies, and they're using these materials because they think they're helping, but they're not. And it's a difficult thing to talk to children at that age. I've talked about the Ichabod many times over. You read J.K. Rowling's The Ichabod with them, which is it's a lovely story about how a whole society believes in something, believes in a lie, and people are too afraid to, they're gullible and they fall for it and they believe it, or they know it's not true, but they're too afraid to say so because it will get them in trouble. And eventually, you know, the truth wins out. But you tell them that, like, this whole gender thing, it's kind of like the Ichabod. People believe in it, and they don't want to say anything because they're too afraid, but none of it's real.
Stephen Reese spoke earlier today about being, you know, the first teacher, first educator for your kids, and Our Duty shared the language about inoculation, and I love this language of inoculation. Actually, I first heard it when it came related to my own kids when I unfortunately went through a very contentious divorce 15 years ago. That was you know, where there was games being played with the minds of kids and things like that. And the lawyer said, you need to make sure that you inoculate your children against the lies and the manipulations that they're going to be experiencing. So I think that's, you know, that's the best we can do right now. Pascal Bourgeois talked about being prepared to educate your kids yourself, pull them out of school, find alternate schooling methods. We talked about that in our January summit. So, you know, there are defensive things that we can do, and there are forward things that we can do to keep moving ahead. The other one that's you know, obvious is the emperor wears no clothes, and eventually everybody just says, "Oh, right, yeah, sorry, you're naked." or the boy who cried wolf, and too many times, and misleading and manipulating, and the lies being discovered or worn out. So I think that, you know, in that case, the transphobia, the bigot, all the name calling, the racist and white supremacist things, people are learning that those are cry wolf kinds of rhetorical tactics. And I'm going to mention a couple of dates just before we close up. And Mia, thank you very much. And Chanel, thank you. Upcoming dates, a bunch of different groups are working on this independently. I know Parents as First Educators and the Campaign Life Coalition and the Muslim communities, but absence on the first day of June for the flag raising ceremonies really caught steam a year ago. And that day this year is the 3rd, coming up only in 10 days, 9 days from now. And then September 20th is a Friday this year, and that will be a day when we, step up again and have organized protests and activities across the country. So those are things to look forward to. The PRCOC is going to do another summit around the time of that September 20th event. It might be the 21st or a week later, but we were going to tie into some of those public events, and hopefully we can move the politicians in more provinces this year. It's been this last year we have, in spite of being frustrated by not going fast enough, if you look at the timelines, I eavesdropped on that EGAL session last week about exponential rise in hatred, and they mapped out all the things that we've done since the fall of 2021. and it was like a milestone, and each step they're getting more histrionic, and every milestone, we're, those of us who are eavesdropping, we're celebrating just how far we've come, and I believe we'll get through this. So I'm gonna sign us out. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you so much, Shannon. You did a great job. And
Mia and Chanel, I'm looking forward to a tea or a beverage soon. Yeah. We'll chat offline about this and get together. Congratulations, Mia, on all your fruitful efforts, and
thank you,
and more success.
Thank you.
Thanks, everybody.
Bye, everybody.